What's up, guys?
Life of Ario.
Mm,
Yeah.
let's see. Let's do this.
3-1.
'Cause I still want to try.
Oh,
I want to try Weather and Waves. Sorry about that.
they all look good right now. I don't think anyone looks like weird, right? Maybe number two is a little rowdy.
Let me see.
At the Juicy Crab, lovely dishes courtesy with bold, fresh flavors. Here's a feast with handcrafted cocktails for the perfect match. Step into a lively space where great food meets great fun. Things like that. So you want to get out there, strut stuff, and looking so shiny stuff on the front end.
Right, right next to super competitive. Looks like it. Underestimated in the past. He has
I'm gonna play some Uma too after this. But I wanted to play. Let's see what was up this game. How many more gigs am I gonna have to download? That's the question too.
Journalism, let's go. On the board. Journalism owned by partners.
Should have made it say Weather and Waves and and this.
First,
Hey, hey. Mm,
no, more. What is journalism good?
oh,
Yeah,
okay,
let's slide in.
easy. Hold on one second.
Yo, what up, Lloyd? 125 streams? This is popping in on everything. That's the boy I see. I'm obviously the boy.
Whoops. I already know what the problem is. Hold on.
Me? Great for the sport, great for the fans. Journalism, head-to-head, sovereignty, post time, 8 minutes. What else? Beat the field. You fight a
Star
Mario.
Sage is all right, man.
Mario is a top class horse.
I need space.
And they're all going to have to catch him. They'll be racing. I guess front runner. Liberal Mars. Liberal Raider. That's that meme is so stupid. It's so funny. Number two, come on, man. No, go. Number two is not feeling it. Number two, scared. Liberal. Oh. Boy, he's rough. It's just got to get seated. Marietta in the saddle.
No.
In the saddle. There he is. Wait, is this a different jockey or is it the same? Glaring difference. Yeah, no, he's awesome, bro. Number two, I don't think he's ready, bro. I don't think number two ready. All first two for Steve Atkinson. Yeah, big price here would have to step up, but doing the predictions. $1.25 million raise. Second.
Hold on.
Who will win Oak Lawn Park? One, two, three, four, five, six, followed by publisher on journalism. Waiting is for publisher. Maybe you could say. I don't know everyone else. White Avario. And number three is Sovereignty. Publisher best real 84th running. You guys got on handicap. I don't know what's post time. Is post time on 30-minute?
That's right.
Is post time on 30 minutes?
Has arrived. Sovereignty's 4-year-old debut, Bill. Can you talk about the progression that he has taken from 3 to 4?
Or is it like
now,
two?
a highly anticipated taken.
Well, he's done well. We got it done. He said 7 minutes low, like a long time ago. 4:30 without slow down running. Okay. I'll give you 2 minutes, Jess. I don't know if it's 2 and 4. I forgot. Predictions are up. wonder if they would need a race. Most horses, you know, do better when they've had a race under their belt. But here we are. I guess we'll probably play.
Oh,
We'll probably play that log after.
Horse by the name of Cigar. He speaks of his memories 31 years later, now in the same position with the same caliber of an animal.
Well, this was really kind of a turning point in Cigar's career when he raced here because it was, he won 3, 4 in a row, 5 in a row, I guess. But this really was a super staff field when he ran. There were some good horses. There was a horse that was running and was champion at 1 team in a row. But look, Gary, bring her on.
Well, obviously looking for the same with your champion. Best of luck for them.
Oh, Bill.
be little.
Rival Cigar, 95 Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and as sports fans, nothing like a rivalry. Final Award of the full. Finally overcome that hump and 6th title. That's series back in 2004. Bring back horse racing. Bring over to the ALCS. Finally, the Red Sox got the best of the Yankees ever made. And with talented teams, yet run again to a quick ball and the Patriots Tom Brady finally clearing that ball in 2011 on route to the Super Bowl title. Nothing more like a real rivalry like what's brewing here. Journalism racing amongst the RC journalism bottom trained by Michael McCarthy. Will he visit the winner's circle? Will he observe a journalism finally defeating sovereignty for the very first time? We'll find out in 3 minutes. The Upfront Handicap is next. Let's go! Bro, where's the race? Come on, man. I'm all on it.
I already downloaded that video. But
I'm gambling on sovereignty. Like, oh, love. Sovereignty is a monster. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, no way. I think my first bet will be this year's Kentucky Derby. Oh, yeah. Do we know the horse is going to run it?
I still want to know.
Who's running? Hey, come on. Day of the races. I use the best team in the world to climb the champion. Ooh, what? I didn't think of Frost last. He took everything. This is a joke, right? Hold on. What is this? Wow. Yeah. This is a joke. Yeah. I know that. We have posted Genshin Impact videos again. You can read them. And it's a joke. He's homeless. That's why he's posting Genshin Impact videos. Let's start on this one. The white one. And the bold is the wrong case. And because I was high I know a lot of jobs for it. And bro, I have started with this. But you saw my new account and everything. This guy an Oscar, man. Hold up. We'll figure it out after. We'll figure it out after. Horses are gonna race. Liberal, liberal, liberal. Liberal, liberal, liberal. I didn't know the exact goal.
Only because we saw him just pushing. Yeah.
Listen, he knows. Looking right at us.
He was actually on official reality waiting. The quote unquote warning that he was very impossible to train. Yeah, they did not
Yeah,
know.
5 to 2 odds. 3 to 5.
So they're gonna try here yet again.
No more cinnamon from the boss.
He was much mistaken when I saw him for his previous share in Brad Cup. It's really filled out. It's really strong. Yes, he is a bad actor, and maybe he's a little bit too Brad Cup coming in here fresh off the break. He has several.
Looks good. No, it doesn't. It's probably dead. Oh my god, cool hit Mario. Oh, journalism. I don't know why. He's like really into this. Into his, what do you call those? Sketchy said what they're called. I forgot what they're called. Those type of horses. Oh, he's got the zoomies. He's got the zoomies.
Mm,
Bro is ready to run.
all right. Well, that's doing that. We'll know when that gets done. Crap.
Let's go. Should be bad. I don't know how much I bet though. It's just sovereignty is just so strong. My heart is with journalism. Okay, that's enough.
Mm, 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 mm.
Imagine if you went to journalism, man. Oh, man. Don't do that. Oh, man. You will regret it if journalism wins and you did that. Okay. 50 bucks, 50 bucks, 50 bucks, 50 bucks. I'm gonna do an exacta. Exacta. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Oakland Park. Exacta. 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 It's gonna be first journalism, second sovereignty. Bro, come on. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. First, second. But 25 bucks. It's in. It's in. It's in. All right, let's go. It's in. No. No.
Journalism already. Oh, wait. He got out good, though. Watching the journalism race. Watching journalism race. What's up?
They're holding it. Journalism has a good,
Oh, watch this.
good position.
Oh,
I would say
really?
it's front running. Why we wanted a front running? so good right now. Yeah, he grabbed him a little bit because he was like really ready. He was really ready to race. He was really ready to race, guys. They're pulling away. They're pulling away. Third corner. Third corner.
Mm.
Entering the fourth corner. Journalism looks so good, Chad. Journalism looks so good. Sovereignty distracted. No, why? No, why? Mario? No, 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 no. No, don't slide
Right,
in. Don't slide in. Don't slide in. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on. Come on. It's hard. It's hard to say. Wow. Wow.
okay. That old man power. Look, yeah, yeah. Just in case y'all were wondering what I was watching, while this game was loading up, I've been in the horse racing more the last couple of years than like I was in the horse racing in high school, and I just got back into it a couple of years ago, and then I really got into it when Umamasume came out. That's why I started playing Umamasume. I already liked horse racing, so when I found out there was a horse racing anime game out, I had to try it, whether it was girls or guys or a mix of the two. Honestly, I'm fine with how it came out. Personally, I would have made it a mix of girls and guys anime characters running together in this one game. But they can always start a second. They can always do a second game. totally different title. Whereas gas. Just saying. I don't know. I feel like Umamasume gets a bad rep because it's a bunch of guys playing a pretty derby game. All right. All right. I think we're loaded in now. All right. 7 minutes to restart the game. Actually, please restart the game. Okay. Stuart. Bruh. Withering wings. I probably should have just did performance. Allergies. Rather smooth. The fuck? She's yang yang. I thought she said yin yang. Both. Uh oh. Taiki. Uh oh. Kill Taiki. Kill him.
I want to do the workout. Like,
Hello. I didn't need advice. Jar free.
All these dead. Look at an elephant. Let's go.
Mm.
Or Ace actually fit so well. Yeah, I did that so well. I'll learn from it. My birthday one does so it was always like, oh, like,
Okay. It knocked me off. Bruh, why does it keep pushing me off in random directions? What the fuck, bro? Nope. Like, what would I have to do? Oh no. That's annoying. I'm gonna do it though. I just don't understand what's so hard about that. Just jumping straight up in the air and let me hit RB to do a backflip. What's so hard about that? Why do I have to move so far? Close. Dang it. Ooh, oops. Mm, that's pretty fun.
Why is their health bar below? On, okay, we need to change the mod. We need to change the. Oh, the Asimov didn't work. I just realized. Is that about the one? Just back up, back up, back up.
Pressure, pressure.
I think it goes solar.
I get the funds to upgrade your house in as little as 2. Let's get you ready for listing. Apply for a strong man.
It's not. I've been rewarded for that. Like, I don't know. I think something a little thinner. Something there. Sit down.
been. Nice. If I was under the mile, I'd take Washington. If I was building for the mile, excuse me. Never do that. Oh, coffee maker ringing. Turn that off. I got a little trash in the floor, huh? A little trash in the floor, huh? Let's sweep that up right quick. All right. Boom. I'm on the way back. I'm on the way back. So self-sufficient in this month. Oh my back. Oh my sore butt. Sitting down. Hey Siri, what's the temperature outside? 75. I need to change my thermostat. Thought about it. It's 75 outside. At night, that's pretty good. There you go. All right. Thermostat set. All right. Oh, that's not my hoodie. I need my hoodie. Hoodie? Not hoodie. That's fucking here. Piece of shit. Where's my hoodie? It's weird. It's the summertime, and I'm like, where's my hoodie at? The fuck? Come here. Yeah, I wear my polo hoodie. That'll be fine. Polo hoodie for the polo assassins. On the track. My polo hoodie for my polo assassins. Hoodie up. Hoodie up, bro. Do you not hoodie? The fuck? Hoodie like this game of life. I ain't gonna cap. That's how I get locked in. Once I get my hoodie on, got my hood up, it's tied. That's when I can lock in. Right now, my hands are cold. I've been letting the air run all day. I know for most people, it's like they like their house at like 71, 72, 70 at the most. And all that. I ain't like that. I don't like my house that cold. I'll catch a cold, like real talk. I've been here. Well, y'all already know I've been sneezing, not sneezing, coughing with the cold, but if I catch one being here with a runny nose, you're looking crazy. Like, hold up. Excuse me. Ooh. Mm-hmm. I used to do 4 races right here, and I realized doing 4 races right there automatically does the bad drop off. You want to give me some more carrots on the grill? Mhm. Captain Active. Oh, that was a sprint. Whoops. I do know, man.
Like everyone on the team so fucking bad. Like, so much regret that I would die the mirage time, the bomb, and the wall down the front of oh, and like I was just getting let down, being chased down by the bomb. Everyone on the team, all right, Pokemon so fast. Pokemon, 7 hours, how many hours has this been spent on manually reviewing content? How many dollars could have been paid to use just a little bit of automation in that process? Here at True Horizon, we have found a way to leverage any and the entire process of ingesting, processing, and redlining all of your legal documents. This goes from massive services agreements to NDAs to APAs to process agreements and almost any legal compliance with security document that you could possibly imagine. If you want the podcast video to go to me and podcast on no where first was something one, very warm, very comfortable, Mr. Brian, that's great around the office, great spot on the like but second off, blend with Marino Wolf, great cool shirt, very hot number jam, the Marino Wolf just doesn't take out motor, stays warm when it's wet, it's managed fine, comfortable wise, so great, I love it, man. Watch it up real nice. It's great. Thoroughly great. Henley's first slice blended with burrito. Want to check it out? Go to firstslice.com. 5 and work out. What is plenty of other races on there. Sylveon. I don't get the Palafin. Is Palafin considered a rain team? I see Pelipper there, but I don't know. I kind of do like Floette. I do want to learn how Dragonite can be good.
Now college is over, and here comes your student loan debt. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You need to talk to Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
He has a little more speed than I expected, but he has some bulk and a lot of attack. I don't really know, like, King Gambit's just a threat? Is that what it is? Like, King Gambit hasn't been very good for me, but it's very slow. And I just don't know how to play around that. Yeah. I guess I bring it in, do I just bring it in for Trick Room? But I doubt he's, like, the slowest, right? I don't think he's going to be that helpful in versus the Trick Room setup. If there is supposing goes for like Vasquez or something much. But my Vasquez, my carry. Yo, it's free for the 15 months. Maybe I can be special attacker or visual attacker. I see it. Well, this one's definitely a special attack. He does have extreme speed, and we have minus attack. Pelipper is really fast, also works a lot. And it's like, Incineroar has the bulk. Pretty much it's all bulk. And obviously, he's kind of meant to go out the game, pick out parting shot, get the rule list, right? You want to stall, you want to make the game longer. And Sneasler is my fastest fake out. And versus Incineroar, the, getting the white herb, essentially, and I know that really fast. So, see if that works. Randomize. Okay, cool. Oh, please. Tier 1. Okay. So, Aerodactyl, Tailwind, Garchomp. Blastoise seems like the main kind of defining piece. Maybe Sylveon as well. What's stopping me from Pelipper Dragonite? He opens Garchomp. Am I faster than Garchomp? That's what I need to know. Am I faster than Garchomp? I don't think I am. You know? I don't think I am. Yeah, I'm slower than Garchomp. Unless the Garchomp's filled with, like, bulk. Or it doesn't have speed. But I kind of doubt. But there's no weather, so I think I'm just going to go an open weather. Maybe I'll play Dragonite. And Then we bring Chief Gambit. Then we bring Incineroar in the back. That's the Legion. But, that X4 is poison and fight from Psychic. What's X4? Ooh. Some shots have been leaning towards bulk now. Okay. So we have Sneasler. I feel like there's fake out, right? I don't mind a double protect here, or do I have damage? If Dragonite is flying those, he does have Hurricane, but I think it's get faked out too. I don't want to just double protect there, I think. One weird thing about this team, I just noticed that without Arch, you have nothing to hit water super effectively. Without our Paladon. Yeah, that's true. This person got, like, Maximum rank 1 or tier 1 pretty quickly, though, so I'd imagine for a team that's good. Right? Make out. Oh, yikes. That's not good. I mean, how fast is Blastoise? Does he have Swift Swim, or what's going on? I'd imagine he's pretty slow, right? I have to imagine he's pretty slow. Water Spout is a AoE move. Let's hit the Hurricane on the Sneasler. He's a bit fast. This chart is useless. This chart is useless to me. I can't find the Pokemon. I can't find them. A Water Spout, yeah. Let's go. Okay. Very interesting he went for that. But now he knows I have Wide Guard. Base 78 speed, okay. Okay, so he dies. Hurricane dead. Absolutely dead. He does though. Does he try it again? Think. I don't really see a reason why I wouldn't. And so, like, I guess Rage Powder, if he Rage Powders at Hurricane, I don't really think this is a good switching to me. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure what to expect here. I want to do some damage to Blastoise. It's just not really a threat, I think. Sure down. Okay, Rage Powder. He Shell Smashed again. Let's see what he does here. I imagine he has, like, some single target water move. He could do a double protect here. I mean, if I wide guard, then his move is to hit the Pelipper, or the Dragonite, rather. But he has base 78 speed, that means I'm faster. I'm pretty fast. I think I doubled up on Blastoise. Right? He has 2 shells matched up, you are not faster? Wait, what does that mean? I thought he has more speed? I thought he just has more special time. Oh, shit. +2 attack. +2 attack, special attack, and speed? Oh, fuck. Oh, say that was the right move. I guess we just do this, like, yeah. Just deal with double flight there. Yeah, I always want to kick. I'm on Twitch today because we have Satsuki show. Played Pokemon today on emulator. Nice. Yeah, he just got totally destroyed by the Shell Smash. His own Shell Smashers. Nice. Okay. Not too much there. But Shell Smash, okay. So, Shell Smash. Yeah, I was on Kick. I'm also on YouTube. When I'm not streaming, because like I streamed we're streaming Satsuki show today. That's why I decided I'll just stream on Twitch. But if I am not streaming Satsuki show or some kind of event, then I'll just stick to like more Uma. If I stream Uma, then okay. Let's see. So our Caledon's a big threat here, especially when I have my own rain. And so, like, I guess I'm thinking maybe I don't want to bring rain, right? And if I don't bring rain, I have King Gambit. Because our Caledon's kind of useless, right? Not as good. My Incineroar is not very good. I don't have fire attacks. I feel like I still have to bring rain. I feel like I am a rain team. What stopped me from bringing Visiting Call for Dragonite? I guess it's our Caledon, right? Can I Draco Meteor our Caledon? Question mark? Shit. I don't know. Our Caledon's weakness is what? Steel, like, fighting. Oh, shoot. Fighting ground? Oh, I should have brought this in. Oh, there's no issue with stream other games on Twitch. It's not an issue with you, it's an issue with, I don't want the, I don't want to take that version. Wait, what? Okay, I still have Dragonite. There's no, oh, there is Fake Out. Okay. I guess we double protect here. Keep my Mega Ball Fake Out. If Mega Ball's Fake Out, then I guess, like, it also is nice to double up on King Squad. That's fine. Especially with Pelipper, like, I have a lot of damage here. Right, with Weather Ball. With Pelipper, he's pretty good. I'm fast. I gotta be faster than King this time. Yeah? Okay, he wanted to double up on my Pelipper. Can I Typhlosion base 95, Pelipper base 65, Kangaskhan base 100. Okay, so this guy's pretty. Let's swap out Pelipper for Incineroar. And then let's Hurricane Kangaskhan. Get him confused. Get the Intimidate off the Kangaskhan. Sucker Punch, okay. Not a lot of damage. Multi-scale. Okay. I don't know what this guy is doing, but it seems like we're okay. Let's finish off. Good damage there. Get a fake out on Kangaskhan. He'll probably expect that. They have fake out pressure. So I guess we'll hurricane this, right? Because I expect him to protect, but I guess we'll see. Sure. Getting good damage in. So the Typhlosion faster than me. Okay. Try and get a parting shot here. Or a throat shot. I don't think this guy's protecting. Something tells me this guy is not really wanting to protect. Try an extreme speed, maybe kill the Kangaskhan. Alright. Sure. I think we're good. The tornado one, the hurricane. Okay, so we got Typhlosion down. We still have extreme speed to be using on Kangaskhan. I'd be surprised to see him protect anymore. So he has low kick and some other move. I wasn't paying attention. But okay. Let's get a parting shot here. And then I'd probably sack the Dragonite for an extreme speed on Kangaskhan kill. Yo, what up, Ryu? Ryu, am I saying your name right? Ryu67, yo. Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing, Raiders? How are you doing, Mr. Red Dude? Yo, what up? Satsuki Show waiting room. Yes, we are gonna do Satsuki Show. Let's see over here. We are gonna do Satsuki Show. It's not right now, but when it's at 21:40, we'll start like studying the horses, see what's going on, right? That's basically what we're doing. But yo, welcome in, Raiders. I'm gonna give you a shout out. What were you playing? What were you doing? Umamasume, nice. Thank you for the brave. Appreciate it. Oh wow. Maybe we don't want to bring in rain here. Do we not want to bring in rain? We'll try and like back off Dragonite, I guess. I don't want to swap in Pelipper into this. Okay, yeah, Dragonite's there. Ryu was getting trolled the whole time, by the way. Why? Yes, you got it. No 7, of course. No Tatsuki Show 1 on fun. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It should be. First leg of the Triple Crown. You decide to pull for Helios. Nice. I mean, who wouldn't want to pull for Helios? Helios was one of the boosters that I wanted to pull the most. What's weird to me that she took so long to come out. It's kind of great, dude. Yeah, if I bring in Pelipper, then I'm bringing in the rain for the Electro Ball, which is not the best idea, I don't think. But I have Fake Out into the Aerodactyl. I expect him to. I expect him to. What do you call it? Protect here, but I don't think he protects. Maybe thought she kills for a champion meeting. No. You're gonna hang with Morgan the Keys right this step on your raid. Steven Redden said he was gone. Oh yeah. But you don't like it? You know? Oh, we all like it. It's nice. Yeah, for sure. Okay. I probably die. But I get some damage in with Wave Crash. This is not a very good end game, though, I have to say. Not a very good end game. Maybe Wave Crash was not the best idea. But okay. I guess you get an Electro Shot, right? Is he faster? He's probably faster. Can I parting shot without someone to swap into? Okay. Aerodactyl isn't that pretty high speed? Oh yeah, Aerodactyl is. Well, we have focus set. I was just wondering for our Caledon. Yeah. Wow. Oh, bro. I feel like I did well, but the end game really fucked me. Like, what am I supposed to do against our Caledon? Oh yeah, Tailwind. Why did I didn't see that? Were you a Showdown enjoyer, Mr. Streamer? Nah. Showdown, like, I played every now and then. It wasn't really a good thing, though. Yeah, unfortunate. No! This happened a few days ago. Got Chillin has determined I've been playing the Saints top team for a while as I grind towards the ball. Come to me, though. Oh yeah. Yo, Blasterbot, thank you for the $10. Holy shit. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Sandstorm, that team seems pretty good. I ain't gonna lie, I think the worst team is probably Rain, but I think I might be dumb to play. What is my threat to our Caledon? What is my answer to our Caledon? I guess I'm not supposed to bring in Rain? That was my, like, oh yeah, it was Sneasler. I was supposed to bring in Sneasler. Yeah. Yeah, Sneasler instead of the Incineroar is probably the best move, actually, about it. Yeah. I messed up on drafts. I messed up on drafts. Straight up. Okay, what do we got? Fourth worm with guard shot opener. I don't know how to get over substitute. I legit just don't understand what substitute is. Like I understand it's supposed to like tank moves. I don't understand how to get rid of it. I don't know what the mechanics behind it are at all. Um, I kind of just want to do Fast Legion Pelipper. The problem with Fast Legion Pelipper, I guess, is whatever the snake Pokemon he has. But like, what do I do against that? I guess it's Dragonite. Did he not think I have Dragonite? Or would he not think I'd bring it? Besides that, what are our best Pokemon here? He doesn't really, I mean, he does have a fire type in Beltbox, so maybe I don't bring King Gambit, and I bring in Sneasler? You didn't have Dragonite too? I did. I did. Yeah. He died early. Some cost 25% of your HP, then the sub has that 25%. The sound moves go around it, so like Lucan has 200 HP, it's like cost 5 the HP and the HP all. I guess it just like, even if it has 1 HP, it'll take all the damage. Okay, he's not. Okay, cool. He opened. That guard shop's so small. Uh, I'd imagine he wants a tailwind. So I think we double up here. And my Basculesian should survive. We'll do a flip turn. Okay. That's fine. Tailwind, Basculesian. That's not fine. Really bad. Weather ball, though, can it can kill, but it's gonna be focus sash. Yeah. I mean, good as I can get it, I think. Rock slide. What's stopping him from rock sliding again? I have wide guard here. Flip turn the Aerodactyl. I think he wants some rock slide. Okay. Pretty good move from him, I think. Probably should have done some more damage to the guard comp. Now he knows I have wide guard. So you can do Stone Edge if he has it. Earthquake is stopped as well. I imagine he does temper Stomping Tantrum. Let's try flip turn on the guard chomp. Well, Aerodactyl's gonna go. He's gonna swap into a move that's into someone that can resist. So my guess would be Survivor or I don't know what Superior or whatever. There's not really much you can do around that though. Right? I'll try and get some damage on the guard chomp. I imagine he swamps. Oh, protect? What? He rock slides again? Don't tell me I flinched. Don't. Bro. Wait, I lost. Yeah, with the tailwind. That's crazy. That he rock slides again.
Looking to reconnect. Make every night a date night with ED treatments from RexMD. Trusted treatments for better night. Get started today for up to 95% off at rexmd.com/95.
Yep. Good damage. She's also confused. Tailwind is out. I'm just gonna wide guard. Am I faster than his Aerodactyl? Probably not, right? With Sneasler? Is Sneasler faster? Sneasler could be. I need to know this. No. I'm not faster. Nice. Yeah. He gets the tailwind, but we kill him. We also have White Herb, so we're a lot faster now. I think he's in a bad position. He has tailwind, but my Sneasler is definitely faster than the Garchomp because I have White Herb and Unburden. Yeah? I'm gonna swamp We gunk shot. Gunk shot for sure kills him, right? I mean, I think I just go for this. No, I think this guy's probably the biggest threat to my team, right? Because, like, my Dragonite, if I could get rid of him, then my Dragonite's free. Sneasler is a great design. I like Sneasler. Cool. Much better design than Weavile, I think. Yeah, it's Mega King is gone. That kind of sucks, but multi-scale. At least it's not like a Draco Meteor on me. Okay, and now I have close combat on the Mega Kangaskhan, so unless he kills him, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm done. Yep. That's fine, I bring the rain. I have Hurricane. Is this a good endgame for me? 110? 110? I don't think this is very good for me. He's fast, bro. Why is Mega Dragonite so slow? What the hell is Orthworm gonna do? Considering Garchomp was risky. Skin. I don't want Garchomp to live though because he has Dragon Boost to hurt my Dragonite. Nothing here I think threatens my Dragonite. Except like Double Edge and his power, I guess. Yeah. So it's double? Wow! Holy shit. So, what happened? Stands by recoil. I hurricane him. Iron defense is what? Defense? Is this a good endgame for me? I don't think so. He had swells. Tailwind is 1 out of 4. Yeah, he has Tailwind, that's why. Oh, man. Yeah, I waited out. Body press. How much damage is body press? The chop was scarfed. Oh, yeah, that's why he kept doing rock slide. I'm so dumb. He uses defense to have attack. Okay, well, rip. Okay. Definitely outplayed there. It's tough. I need to be, but I think like this team is good. I feel like with Mega Floette, I feel like I'm not really thinking. With this one, I have to think. Yeah, now I'm learning. I need to figure it out. The Dragonite. Dragonite's tough. Okay, he's got Samurai is swaying, or doesn't it move like do spikes and also slices? So flying types are pretty good here. He probably has some brain that he wants to bring. I imagine he wants to start off the Samurai with Pelipper. you want to also tail in, if that's the case, then I probably want my Incineroar. But he probably wants to White Earth, we can put. Yeah. Okay, I think I'll bring the Sneasler. I don't want to bring my Incineroar against Sneasler. And the water moves, I don't know. I don't want to bring King Gambit, I don't think. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm so scared of bringing Sneasler because or Incineroar. It's the Sneasler. Yeah, I saw Quintana. I saw his three since like it's too serious 2 hours before. Getting good? I think so. Pay to win? Hardly. I'd say hardly. Yeah? Sure. I don't think this game's going to win at all. I think they give you so much to begin with. You can always use your own Pokemon. Um, there's so many different ways that you can play. Nice. That's kind of nasty, honestly. Uh, a Hurricane, the Gardevoir, I guess. If I go for the kill. Yeah. I mean, you can protect, I guess. I should have read the swap. Okay. Long shot goes. Good damage in anyway. Not like you resist it. Then good for me. Yeah, it's pretty play friendly. Like the only thing that's like really stupid hard to get is like Bullet, and that's like not really. Like honestly, you download Pokemon Home on your phone, you ask for a Mega Bullet, you offer like a shiny or a whale or I don't know, you just offer anything. And like a Chinese account will give you a Mega Floette. That's how I got mine. If you guys are wondering like why my Floette is Chinese, she has a Chinese name. It's because like I just traded her. I don't have Pokemon TA. I wasn't gonna like grind. So like you could get any Pokemon you want, I think, from the GTS, the Global Trade System. You rank up the line isn't worth it? I don't think so either. That's why I just traded them. Okay. This is a Sun team. It's a choice scarf adaptability basket thing. You definitely want to bring Rotom-Wash. What's my answer to Rotom-Wash, chat? Is it King Gambit? Am I bringing in Sneasler King Gambit? Pelipper in the back with a Dragonite because they have Hurricane and Weather Ball for Pelipper on the Charizard Y, I guess. This team doesn't have much. Dragonite is the least spent by it. Oh, really? I guess so. Yeah, I don't want to bring King Gambit. You're right. Yeah, because he's Dragon, also. Tin lead is good. Hyper Winter Waves. I'm not too sure. I haven't watched any trailers for it, honestly. But I probably will play it. I like Pokemon. I'm gonna grab some food after. Missing song. Okay, so he's gonna Mega Evolve and it's gonna be sunny, which makes it really bad. I'm not gonna win the Weather Wars. I don't want. If I bring in Basculegion, I can take a Heatwave, so yeah, Cineroar. If I double swapping here, uh, maybe Weather Ball and swap out into Basculegion. Because, like, he's gonna change it to Sunny, right? No, I don't know. I needed to swap out Pelipper. I was supposed to swap out Pelipper because I was thinking way too much. He's gonna die to the grass. Well, no, hold on. I have, Sash. So this is a decent move, right? I just don't have, priority, or, what do you call it? That. Consider was probably the better swap it because it's fire. I think fire versus fire. I think that did good damage, yeah. But the sleep is really bad, I think. We'll swap here, and I have to try and wake up now. I think I want to try an Aqua Jet. I think I could, no Wing Attack now. I don't think Wing Attack is good. Really. Line moves are just not very good. Ichian is forced to sleep here. Oh, Basculin. Yeah. Okay. Acid Spray. Okay. I think what we do here is I'm gonna hard swap into Pelipper, bring the rain. I guess he swaps. I'm gonna Aqua Jet. Yeah. Fake out Charizard. Yeah, that's probably guarantee I could stay alive, right? Okay. We're gonna flip turn on Venusaur and see if that does anything. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Oh wow. Double swap. Alright. Yeah, fake out. Wow, really? Okay, well I'm awake now. I think my Incineroar can live. Can I flip turn on Basculegion maybe? Okay, Choice Scarf Adaptability, flip turn. Get out of there. And now, like, I can bring the rain. He's probably going to kill it, though, if I do that. But I'd probably bring in Dragonite and tank whatever with multi-scaled. I wonder why you didn't hit Charizard with Pelipper. I was scared of getting destroyed by Venusaur, who moves faster because of the sunny days. Wow. The chlorophyll will make it super fast. Well, vasculation's bad in here. At least with this, I have a turn of hurricane. Well, not really. Okay, he swaps out for Dragonite somewhere, or Charizard somewhere, right? I think I think of me here. He has Vasquez, so he doesn't need to. Well, I think we do Hurricane anyway, I'm pretty good. Yep. Okay. Yeah, he wasn't forced to swap, but he chose to, so. The Hurricane is might miss, and that's gonna hurt. That's gonna suck. But I protect here. Tank a Thunderbolt. He's absolutely gonna Thunderbolt me. Don't miss. It's bad. Electro Web. The AoE? What? I want to wide guard. I think I can wide guard. There's so many threats on this team against mine. I don't want to play this game anymore. We need to stop playing this game. I don't think Rain. I think we'll learn Sand. Let's learn Sand after this. I don't want to play Rain. I feel like Rain's probably the worst weather. Die, dude! Come on! Please! Dude, Vasculesion's gonna die. I have nothing. I'm just gonna wide guard again. Maybe he's Choice Scarf. Maybe he's a choke. No, he can't Choice Scarf. It's fucking Mega. Maybe he's a Choice Scarf Mega. Oh, bro. Choice Mega will be there. Yeah, but this Rain team doesn't even have our Caledon. We don't have Rotom. Like, I don't know. Really good. It's not as the best weather, but I feel like isn't that really good? I feel like Charizard was not as popular as it used to be. Okay, we do this. The extreme speed, the Venusaur, he dies. Surely he died. He's not that bulky. 13%, we got it. Got him! Wait, what if I win? Choice Scarf adaptability. Choice Scarf adaptability, Vascular Legion, Wave Crash. Into. We win! Wait! Bro, Rain is so good! Oh my god, Rain, guys! Rain! Rain is so good! Wow! Wait, he has one more broken arm. Yeah, never mind. Well, rip. And, I combination of extreme speed, which it needs better on. Uh, Confusion. Confuse? Protect. Wow. Okay, Vascular Legion is my answer to Charizard. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I should have done that a lot sooner. I don't know. Oh my god. Should I review that game? No one's gonna run. I feel like I could have won. Speaking to if we're better. The Venusaur is kind of tough, though. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to win the Weather War versus Sun. If there would have been a better lead. Yeah. Did you have Fiesler? I have to stop thinking of women's win. Okay. I don't know what. I don't know what the purpose of this team is. It's a weird team. Dave Felber in the back, Bane Weather, and Swan Brain in. Okay. I don't know what this team is, so I'm just gonna bring my best opener. Alright? He has this thing has Defiant, so Defiant like beats Intimidate, right? Or something like that? It's Trick Room with Spiritomb. Is it Trick Room team? And Myron Groove is playable in JJ. Yeah, I saw someone mention that. That's cool. I thought, wait, so like, there's an announcement happening right now? Dang, she got to be playable real quick. Wait. Wait. Is this like the best opener? Did I just pop up? Wait. Uh-oh. Fake out the fake out. And Sucker Punch Spiritomb. Or Kowtow Glee. Okay, Kowtow get the kill. Fake out the fake out. Damn! He lived? Okay. Okay. Well, under Trick Room, I don't really think we're doing that much here. Protect. We can Sucker Punch and it's only... Unless the target has chosen an attack and is not yet attacked. Oh, okay. Is there anything stopping me from Instant Flame Blade? Can one hit KO with 13 damage for that? Yeah, okay.
I'm Megan Fox, head professor at Dr. Squatch's Foundation for Odor Excellence. Gentlemen, class is in session.
Oh, hi!
Here at the Fox, we know men need a deodorant stick that's just as high-performing and functional like they are. Sometimes it can work, though. Natural deodorant, 72-hour protection to help you feel like a man and smell like a champion. So say goodbye to stinky pits and hello to natural odor excellence.
Let Dr. Squatch, let your stick do the talking.
I don't really know what this guy does, like what the threat is. I can try and sucker punch. Yeah. Or we just kill spirits in, but am I really that worth? I just count out cleave. Hold on. Okay, yeah, Ironhead sucks. So we'll count out cleave the swap. Okay. Well, he's not dead. He's a beast now. Okay, well, we get fake out. I guess we could protect, double protect here. Wait out the trick room. Alright? I need the setting! I need to change the setting! I didn't quit Umamasume, I just don't want to play right now. Okay. Trick room is 1 out of 5. If you close combat with Sanario, he's probably faster, technically. Do I just swap? I could just swap. Yeah, you should to stall Trick Room, yeah. Let's swap in let's swap in Caliber, and then let's Sucker Punch Arachnid over Liquidation. Yeah, I probably should have swapped in Dragonite too. Oh, wow. Okay, countdown, please.
Target and Whole Foods leave New York City as Mamdani launches 5 free grocery stores. Ooh, Commie Paradise. My favorite. Let's check
Here
this
comes
out.
New York City front grocery stores.
Prefer to ride with the woman behind the wheel? Women preferences in the Uber app lets women request to ride with a woman driver. That's safety simplified. Uber. Get this exceptional offer on the 2026 Cadillac XT5. Nice.
Stores. 5 stores a day.
Yeah, because the government is better at running things than the free market. They've shown this several times. Every single time the government runs something, they do it way better. They do it way better than private people. Yeah, every time. Mm-hmm.
They make good on that. Cheer, they love it. So excited. I am proud to announce that we will open every single one of these stores by the end of our
You're telling me like a government store that has an unfair advantage? Jeez, that sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a great idea. Let the government run their own store. Run their own store where they can give themselves special benefits. Wow, that sounds really fun.
People don't know what the private doors. One will open next year. People are really excited, but there's a big problem. America's tried these, and they haven't worked.
It's clear this Sunfresh at 31st and Prospect is struggling. This is the one section people see when they come in. There's barely any produce.
Why is Salem
Clothes and shelves around the store look the same way.
And I have never seen a more perfect display of communism. Like this is actually amazing. Like this is holy crap. I couldn't have said it better myself. Just Malcolm says average grocery store net profit margins notoriously slim, ranging between 1% and 3%. Yeah, it's really, really bad. And that's what I mean. Like any advantage that if they give themselves an advantage, the government, because the government makes the rules, right? So when they make rules for themselves to give themselves a special advantage, that's crazy. What are they going to do? Pay taxes to themselves, right? Oracle Bukati, thank you so much for the 100. These fine goods could never hope to come close to the absolute majesty that is had. Oh my God. Heb is the best. If you don't know Heb is the best grocery store by far. It's beautiful. I love going to Heb.
So shoppers have been asking us, if the store isn't closing, then where's all the food?
Right.
The rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere.
I couldn't have said it any better. Like I literally got like nothing on the shelf. A rotten smell comes through the door. This is so peak. I don't even know what to say.
Where you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked. No hot food or deli.
Watch people walk in and walk out. There's nothing
The
there.
grocery store has received financial assistance from the city, but has been.
Hear that? They receive financial assistance from the city. They get some of that tax money. Guess who pays for that? Well, by the way, when they say financial assistance from the city, what do you think that means? Do you think they just got the money? Like it just came out of thin air? They like cast a spell, like they're like magical trevor, and then just the magic, the money just came. No, that's your money. They took your money. They took your money to prop up this store that is dying.
Been able to keep those shelves stocked in an area that in the past has often been referred to as a food desert.
A food desert. Around here, a good thing don't last too long.
The city owns the Lumos Shopping Center. A nonprofit operates the grocery store.
Wow, this plan didn't work, but it's the same plan we're gonna try in New York. And
What
if
happened?
it works,
Where's the real leaflet? Wait, are you talking about Wanglet, Wolflet, Gaylet, Translet,
it could force Whole Foods and Target to shut down, kick them out of the city.
Leftlet?
Across the world.
During his rally to celebrate 100 days in office, New York City's mayor, Zoran Mamdani, announced the first site for the city-run grocery.
How is it? I just like, how is this possible? Like, can you just tell me, like, just give me an example of like where this shit works? Like, give me an example where this like socialist shit is actually working. Like, like, how do we not know yet? How is this possible that we keep doing this over and over and over again? It's like literally watching a person punch themselves in the face, like over and over again. Like, what is
grocery store will be at La Marqueta in East Harlem.
Okay.
The property is already owned by New York City, but will still take about $30 million to
Let's be honest, these people were saving. That's why we need to go to space. Like, we need to build a rocket, and you need to have lots of kids, and then your kids need to build a rocket, and then the rocket is gonna like get us to like, dude, like some other planet where we could just be away from these people. This is just so bad. This is so bad. Like, we need. You know how the original settlers of America, they had to like flee Europe because like Europe was so ass, and then there was like they had to flee the tyranny of Europe. It was so ass, and they fled to go over here. Where do we go? Where do we go? This is what I mean. This is why, guys. This is why you need to spread the meme. All right. The memetics, stellar humanism. You have to spread this idea. Okay, and then you need to have lots of kids, like lots of good, strong kids that aren't quangos, and then they need to build a ship to get us the hell out of here. I'm like, I might not do it. We might not do. You might not see it. Like, someone will. Otherwise, America dies. America dies with us. You can't die like that.
complete build.
Wow.
Mayor Mamdani's administration said they'll continue to search for other city-owned locations, promising that each borough will get at least one city-run grocery store to improve
That's so
access.
much money.
Now,
And they didn't even buy the food.
Mayor Mamdani says his administration is creating the city-run grocery stores because he believes the market has
Whoa.
failed, saying, quote, when corporations control every part of the food supply chain, prices go up, wages stay flat, and workers and customers both lose. The mayor plans to partner with a third-party grocery operator and pass the savings along to shoppers.
But how are the shoppers gonna save money if their taxes and living expenses have to go up?
Exactly. They have to prop up the company. The wording that comes from the taxes. Oh, no, just tax the rich. Okay, you tax the rich are like, this place sucks. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And then the rich leave, and now you have less taxes because the rich people are paying all the taxes. Let's be real. Let's be real. Like, it's mostly people that have a lot of money. They're paying like a majority share of the taxes. Mostly them. So like, where do you think this goes? Because you tax them, they leave. Now they don't have it. Now who pays the taxes? Where does it come from? Where does it come from, you idiots? Like, I hate the government because I hate them. I hate the government.
These grocery prices are out of control. The cost
You're
of
out of
eggs and
control.
milk has skyrocketed.
basically
Yeah,
out
Some
of
stores
control.
are even using dynamic pricing, jacking up the cost over the course of a day, depending on what they can get away with. It doesn't need to be this way. I'm
Okay.
Zoran Mamdani, and as mayor, I will create a network of city-owned.
Yeah, you want to know what solves that problem? You want to know another store that is like, I see a market exploit here because this person is being an asshole and is charging too much money. I can charge less and make more money, and they're gonna open the store. And then the other place will be like, damn, I have to lower my prices now. This is basic stuff. This is so basic. Play Reciteer. You play Reciteer? Play Reciteer or something. Like, what is this?
owned grocery stores. It's like a public option. For produce, we will redirect city funds from corporate supermarkets to city-owned grocery stores. Whose mission is lower prices, not price gouging.
So they're gonna take money from private businesses and they're gonna redirect it to city-run businesses, which needed government subsidies to open in the first place since our fees to do business here are already way too high. And since these city-run locations don't have to pay rent, they're gonna have a massive advantage, which could very well mean if you shop at Target or at Whole Foods and you
Yeah, and then they leave, and then they leave, and then now you have no food.
enjoy that. If these stores succeed,
Those go out of business.
Honestly, you know what? Let's do it. They voted for this guy. Just kill him. Just get it over with. Dude, you just get it over with. Yeah, fuck it. Just get it over with. Get it over with so that we can already learn that we already knew. Like, we already know this is gonna fuck up. So like, just get it over with. Just go fuck up then, so we can figure it out. Then everyone's gonna be like, oh, I guess that was a bad idea. And then they could do it again in like 10 years.
Like 29?
This is what they're gonna say. Actually, that last time it was around, that wasn't how it was supposed to go. That wasn't how the subsidized public grocery store was supposed to do. Next time we'll do it the right way. We did it the wrong way last time. We'll do it better this time. That's what they keep saying all the time. All the time. Next time we'll get them.
And that the first of your grocery stores will open next year? Mm-hmm. Why is it taking tall? I feel like a bodega opens every other week across the year. Yeah, why take so long? So.
They started building a restaurant, and that shit was done in like 1 month. Explain that. A whole ass restaurant was done in 1 month. It was a freaking forest. There was a damn forest in this place, and it was a freaking restaurant a month later. How did that happen?
Big question. I think for a few reasons. The first is that we are talking about building something from the ground up. We're talking about this city's first city-run grocery store in Manhattan that we need to both design, that we also need to construct. We're also going to be constructing it using prevailing wages. And it's also one part of a larger ecosystem. But this is the problem. You don't have to construct anything. Look, here on Avenue C in the East Village.
Wait a minute. They have a building already? Oh my. Oh. This is so bad, dude. Oh, these guys are so bad. Commies are the worst. They're so bad. Like, they slow us down, dude. They slow us down so bad. It's unreal. This is crazy.
There's what used to be a grocery store. Why don't you just set up a grocery store in this place? You don't have to build anything. It's already there. It's already shut down. It's ready for a new tenant. But this isn't really about city-run grocery stores. It's about government control over you. So not just in terms of La Marqueta, but also here on this strip. We've seen the MTA has just completed their work.
Hi. Waiting for an ultra?
Racing for an ultra?
Don't forget, there's also on the line.
I didn't.
Like,
Should video game publishers be allowed to disable games for you that you bought?
No.
European Parliament hearing. This right here. So we all know Accursed Farms, right? Scott, like this is the guy. This dude has been out trying to push this for Stop Killing Games for literally, what was the first video he did about this? I just want y'all to see where it's at. So where did it go? Longest, I think maybe this is really the first one, is that right here, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he invested a lot of time and energy into this. And now, 2 years later, over 1 million signatures later, here he is in the European fucking Parliament. That's right.
I am the founder of the Stop Killing Games consumer movement, which has many shared goals with the initiative. I'd like to clarify what it means to destroy a video game. On the second slide. When we say a game has been destroyed, what we mean is a publisher has permanently disabled all copies of it that have been sold so no one can ever play them again. It would be like removing every single copy of a book or film in existence, effectively erasing it from the culture. The way this practice works is first a publisher sells a copy of a video game, however it has been designed so that it must connect to the publisher in order to function.
True.
This acts as a potential kill switch. The customer is also given no information when the game will stop working, even though the publisher has decided to assume that responsibility. Then, after an undisclosed length of time, the publisher disables all existing copies of the game, but keeps the customer's money.
Yep.
The publisher also enacts countermeasures to ensure repairing the game.
That's impossible.
to ensure repairing the game is almost impossible, even for experienced software professionals. From this point onward, no customer can ever run the purchase again.
I think that's a really good point, right? Is that it's not enough that they simply provide you. They also actively inhibit support.
Besides destroying the game, this practice is also subverting customer expectations. Most video games can work indefinitely, which has been the customer standard for half a century, including ones that connect to the internet. Alternately, a small number of video games operate as subscription services, but those inform the customer exactly when their access ends at the time of payment. The games we're referring to do no such thing.
Yep.
It's a bit of miscommunication. They almost always contain terms stating they can end at any time for any reason. What this means is customers have no real protections when they buy games like these.
Exactly.
They are unable to keep them, and they are not informed when they will end. This behavior would be outrageous in other industries. If you bought a book in a store, the publisher cannot come into your home and take back your book at will.
True.
If you bought an insurance policy, you would be informed when that policy ends. Not that the seller can end it at any time for any reason, but still keep your money.
Exactly.
The games being sold this way are operating similar to scams. Publishers know customers expect video games to last, so they sell these in the same way as ones that can work forever. As a one-time purchase with no expiry date, then price them the same. Publishers know that if customers were informed exactly when they plan to disable their games, that would reduce sales, since the longevity of a game affects how much customers are willing to pay.
It's actually a very good point too. That like the fact that they're withholding
Extremely
this
good
information
point.
is basically correlated to them getting more sales. So it's basically like it's another example of a seller withholding information from a buyer that would give the buyer a more educated understanding about their purchase. It's like it's another form of like just malicious, like bad faith behavior. It's a very good point. I didn't think of that.
The industry is trying to have it both ways, finding ways to say they're selling you a game that they're not selling you.
Yeah.
This creates confusion for everyone involved, and is part of why it's taking customers so long to get exposure on this practice. The legality is also unsettled. Earlier, members of Parliament assisted us in asking questions to the EU Commission about how legal the terms in game license agreements were, especially being able to terminate them at any time for any reason. The Commission stated, Directive 9313 EEC prohibits unfair terms causing a significant imbalance in the parties' rights and obligations to the detriment of consumers. The Commission also recommended consumers file complaints with businesses across member states through the European Consumer Centers Network. In 2024, we had volunteers across the majority of EU countries submitting complaints against the French company Ubisoft for disabling the game The Crew.
Yeah, remember that?
The responses we received from the ECC network were extremely inconsistent. Some officials said there was nothing they could do. Others said the company was required to run the game indefinitely, which is unrealistic. But the majority stated there was no clear regulation on this practice.
Nobody knows.
We were independently able to get thousands of complaints submitted to consumer agencies in France and Germany, but there still has been no decision on them on the legality either. To the best of our knowledge, no one in the EU has ever been compensated for this and hundreds of other titles. In short, governments in EU countries are not sure how to handle this situation, and customers are overwhelmingly not being compensated for the loss of their purchases. It is an ideal.
I hope that this is the beginning of the end for these malicious online video games. Like these games that basically scam you in like 10 different ways with like different currencies and shit like this. Like I think this needs to be like way, way more regulated. Because, and this is the reason why I think it needs to be regulated, is because it's being done deliberately to to mislead the user. And I think that when you're in a commercial transaction and you do things that are meant to mislead the other party, you are engaging in bad faith behavior, and that's not something that you can do ethically. So they're engaging in bad faith, unethical behaviors in order to get more money out of people by, for example, reframing all of the ways that they look at monetization as like crystals or coins or tokens or, like primo gems or something like that. And meanwhile, people don't actually know how much money they're spending. There's no reason for that. It's not even games. This washes over to all digital goods. You're right. And this is the problem, is that because the digital goods marketplace is evolving so fast,
that the legal marketplace and the legal ramifications of that are not keeping up. And the result is a bunch of completely unfair, broken, badly designed, and consumer unfriendly practices that aren't regulated because the industry is moving so fast.
Situation for clear regulation. This is not a new practice. It started approximately 2005 and began negatively impacting customers for them around 2010 onward. However, it often affects a minority of customers whose complaints can get lost in the system. It wasn't until a large case affecting millions that any attempts to get government attention were possible, and there still is no answer. The EU Commission says this must be handled on a case-by-case basis, but this practice is extremely widespread. Future slides. We have formed an amateur study examining over 1,100 video games that require a connection to the publisher. The majority of these have been deliberately disabled by the publisher, with many of the rest still at risk of being destroyed. Under the strictest interpretation of what it means to disable a game, the study found that out of over 400 titles, publishers disable a customer's purchase 93.5% of the time when ending support.
Wow.
This business practice is responsible for more destruction to the medium than anything else by an enormous margin. There is also a strong correlation between this practice and the size of the publisher, as most small studios do not engage in it, as it requires far more resources, work, and liability than they can handle. So even though this impacts a minority of games, it disproportionately affects customers due to the scale of the largest offenders. From sales figures, it impacts tens of millions of customers minimum in the EU. This impacts developers as well. This may seem obvious, but based on interviews and feedback, we found the majority of game developers do not support having games they've worked on destroyed. They can spend years of their lives creating them, but they are often not the ones making these business decisions, and sometimes even sign non-disclosure agreements so they cannot voice their opinion on the matter. The main point I hope that does not get lost in this hearing is this initiative welcomes any solution that will solve the problem of video games being destroyed on this scale. We want this to be as easy and as practical as possible for all parties involved, and are very open to how that is achieved. We are not even asking publishers to change their business or monetization models, only that once they end support, they do so in a responsible way.
I think that if you're not providing an alternative yourself, then somebody should be able to do it for you. That's my outlook on it, is that if you're not doing it yourself and then the game gets shut down, somebody else wants to make a private server, you shouldn't be able to shut down the private server. Like that's literally it. Like, I don't think that you need to require them to run the servers. You don't have to make them give up the code. If somebody wants to recreate the game and do that, then I think that it's totally fine. Like City of Heroes, one at many, or WildStar.
Our only goal is to prohibit this destructive practice and thus obtain basic protections for consumers and the medium as a whole.
This black vocal white gives 2 shades whiter teeth, 24/7 sensitivity protection. I recommend it.
Heard of 1-800 got down. Hey, I had a jet from a little company. All you have to do is baby.
Like a Chillin with 5 grams of protein and 1 billion probiotics. Introducing new Baby Bell Pro.
What stood out for me from the Vichenko law firm was the fact that it was a one-stop shop. Everything was just taken care of for me. I didn't have to call my insurance company. September 30th was the day when I wrecked, and by the end of the year, everything was already resolved for me. Our goal is to make them whole again as they were prior to the accident. You're not alone. We're ready to help, listen, and fight for your future.
I'd like to add a little bit on the economic aspect. Again, when planned for from the beginning, the cost can be very small. It's mostly about when it's undoing that's more of a cost related. Earlier in the game, Concord was mentioned. That's actually an
That's what he raised his eyebrows. He read Concord.
Earlier the game Concord was mentioned. That's actually an excellent example because it's publicly stated that at least 370 million euros were spent developing that game, and it did not include an end-of-life plan like $70 million. Most of the cost for developing games tends to come from other areas like hard assets or marketing. This is just one element out of hundreds that already go into making a game. The other thing is sometimes industry costs or estimates, how much this would cost, or can be faulty because they're expecting the game they're asking for to have every last feature it did while it was being supported. And many of those can be retired and don't even make sense for a game that's no longer being supported, like administration or anti-cheat measures or account management or things like that. So that can drastically, there can be hundreds or known as microservices associated with these that can be disabled.
And gamers will win. It's not a matter of if gamers will win, it's a matter of when gamers will win. It's inevitable. Because there are more of us every single day. Every day, every year, there are more gamers.
Customer still has the core game. So that should be taken into account when figuring out the potential cost. And it might have been mentioned earlier, but we also want to emphasize the companies have been paid already once for the working game, so that should be factored into the budgeting. There were some other points mentioned on the right to repair, whether we need it and how long the product should work. With right to repair, that's a little bit different issue. Well, it's certainly welcome having the right to that. As I mentioned in my presentation, there are deliberate countermeasures to prevent repair. That it's almost a small miracle when it does happen from extremely experienced software professionals for resurrecting a game. However, if there were repair instructions, that would be very welcome. I think we would even consider that a viable alternative to what we're asking if it was practical to resurrect the game that way.
Yeah, of course.
And for how long it should work, it's kind of, again, the customer standard is indefinitely, as long as they keep the game in good working order on their end. We're not trying to hold any publishers responsible for updates that break things that wasn't there doing. So how long they choose to support it, we're completely open to. I mean, I think there's already existing EU regulations on that, but I mean, as far as we're concerned, they could end support.
Does this theoretically mean that Concord would have to stay open for like 5 years? It's like, imagine your game dies in a month, your game is never alive. Your game dies in a week, and then like you have 5 more years to pay for the servers.
The next day, but as long as the game isn't destroyed, we would find that acceptable. And the last point on the for doing this through the existing, just doing this in the courts through the legal action, that still doesn't get to the heart of the matter of the game itself being destroyed. We're not really refunds and compensation secondary measure that when the game itself can't be reinstated. We just want the game preserved. So doing it through the existing framework doesn't get us there necessarily.
It's kind of crazy for us to imagine the fact that Concord and Highguard are now into the void. We can't play them ever again. They're gone. That world that we used to live in has moved on beyond us, and now we're living in a different universe beyond Concord, beyond Highguard. And that's it. And not missed? Oh, I agree. But I think that you should be able to go back. Like, wouldn't it be a good thing if in gaming schools you were able to play Concord the same as you can play like E.T. on Atari and see, oh, that's why it was bad. I get it. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like, we need to have that listed out there so everybody knows what the hell they're doing wrong. It's a cautionary tale. Exactly. So that's what I think they need to do. But, like, again, I'm a big advocate of this. I've supported Ross through this entire thing. I completely support this as well. I linked you guys the video. Give it a like, give it a sub. I want to see more of this happen. I do. And, again, the Stop Killing Games movement is something that I've agreed with for a very, very long time. So, yeah, that's really how I think it. Can't sweep the skeletons into the closet. I know. Earlier, teasing content creators with more players after the game's been dead for months. Well, look, man, it'd be funny if people were able to do that. Not acceptable to make the cost for that fall on the company. Well, the reality is that when you spend money on something, you should expect to get what you paid for. And the problem that a lot of these studios have is that they don't actually deliver that. That's the main issue, is that they're not delivering the thing that they said they were going to deliver. And if the game shuts down very soon after, you're not really getting your money's worth, are you? And don't sell it then? Exactly, yes. And the entire idea, this is another component, is that we know that these video games are designed, like, they don't have to make the games this way. They make the games this way on purpose so they can control more aspects of the way that you play them than what they should. And so what I think the problem is that they have a monopoly legally through that control. If they didn't have that control, you wouldn't have this problem. The problem is derived from the control. It's like car manufacturers straight up producing the replacement parts and blocking third-party production of parts. Exactly. Yeah, like a car manufacturer should not have to make replacement parts forever. But at the same time, we could make a law. We could just do this. We could just simply write a law and say, you have to provide replacement parts and produce them at this ratio for at least 5 years. And what do you think? Every car manufacturer is going to go out of business? They're going to stop selling cars in Europe and America? No. They're going to work around it, and they're going to follow the fucking rule. So this entire idea that, like, oh, well, they can't do this. Of course they can absolutely do this. And you'll see it immediately. So, again, we live in democratic societies. Like, if we're in America, a Western country, we can just simply tell them what to do. Because we can just change the rules. We can just say there's a rule that says, like, theoretically, we could take it and make it to where gotcha games were no longer allowed to have energy in those games. We could say that any form of acquisition and recovery of items or rewards in the game can't be limited to a certain amount of times per day. We could just do that. We could get enough people together and we could just do that. We could do anything. Understand that. All you need to do is get enough people together. That's all you need to do, and it's literally that easy.
With Oreo frozen treat, real, it's just a bite away. Oreo frozen treat, keep it real.
The problem is not today. The problem is people with a like today.
I first met John when I was a young kid seeing Irish news. So, writing off the fish force did not serve him well at that time. Bag of sugar.
Can't you help what he says it's not?
Don't engage in a conversation with the text display. The person that's obviously guilty of nothing they need support and understanding.
You're the first person I've met with this.
For the help.
Not all your wife there.
Well done, Davidson. Aye. So I did promise, and I did say, and I have been looking forward to playing Pragmata. Gentlemen, let's try it. So it starts a little bit. It starts a little bit. Kind of down there. Nakayama 1800 meters starts uphill, while Nakayama 600 meters also begins downhill. Except the race character in the 6,000 meter course is closer to 600 than 1,500. Okay. At 1,800 meters, the uphill start naturally slows the early tempo, often turning the race into sharp acceleration. Continental is about to win the Rookie of the Year. Here's the thing, not only do people not seem to care, they don't even agree. Because despite Khan being the youngest player ever to hit over 253s in a season and turning his team from the laughingstock of the NBA into a matchup nobody wants, all anyone in the media and on social media is talking about is Cooper flag, Cooper flag, Cooper flag, Cooper flag, Cooper flag.
They're only doing that because Cooper Flag is a download player. That's it. Barely averaging 14 points a game. That's crazy.
I think everybody is noticing and seeing the bigger picture.
Oh yeah, we already know seen the bigger picture. They just refuse to acknowledge that we see the bigger picture. It's very simple. Stop trying to push your agendas on everybody. Mm, and everything will be all right. Mm. But people can't keep their mouth to themselves. Mm. Because they're not comfortable in their own body, so they change their own body and they figure everybody else should be okay with that and say, yes, you're very good. Yes, you are a good little cat for changing your own body because you can't deal with being in your own skin. Yes, that's not a mental disorder at all. It's the biggest mental disorder I've ever heard of. You feel so bad, and somebody made you feel so bad inside your own skin that you feel like you need to change your body and either add something to it or take something away from it for it to feel like you're in the right body. That's not how that works. That's a mental disease. And it's actually a mental disease. If you look it up, it's called dysmorphia. It's kind of like the weight loss version of of it, except this physically changes how you look at your own body. Instead of being fat or skinny, it's do I look like a male or a female? And it's literally a disease, like clinically diagnosed. And there's a reason that we don't see a bunch of those people walking around on the street after they've been diagnosed. There's a reason for that. Now, whether you choose to accept it or not, that's on you. But there is a reason for that. And it's a very good reason. It's to protect the public. It's to protect the next generation. It's to protect the kids. And then people can't figure out, oh, why you don't want trans people in elementary schools? Why you don't want RuPaul reading to your kid? Very, very easy. I want my kid to understand what a male and a female is using common sense, not somebody's crazy arithmetic of how genders work. Simple, very simple. Because the last thing I need and I want to happen is for my kid to grow up and not understand their own body and their own selves and their own way that they think. Because naturally, that's going to happen. Your way your mind thinks is going to change between being a girl and a boy. Once endorphins start flowing or once testosterone starts flowing, guess what? You're born with those things. Whichever one you're born with, you should stick with that. Otherwise, you know what happens? Your body rejects itself and it starts to shut down and it diseases itself and it harms itself on top of you harming it. Now you're harming your own body mentally and physically, and you're harming yourself emotionally by putting yourself through this trauma that you're creating or that you believe what you saw on the internet. That's the problem. It's very simple. It's very straightforward, and we know how to end it. Now they don't want us to end it because they feel like that's going to shut them down. No, we don't care if you want to change your body. You change your body to the way you want to. Just don't impressionate on my kid. Simple as that. Don't impersonate on the next generation. Let them have a chance to grow up and be who they want to be, not who you're training them to be. And if you're a parent of a kid and you've been grooming your own kid to think this way from a young age, you should be put in jail. If you've been manipulating your kid to think that they don't have a gender or that they're poly or that they're gender neutral or whatever, you should be put in jail. Straight up. And I'll tell you that to your face. You can hate me for saying that. I don't give a damn. I'm here to protect the kids for the next generation. These ones that are 5 and 6, 7 years old now. So when they get older, they know what they are. They know who they are. They don't have to wonder who they are. And then guess what? They're going to experiment anyway because they're going to grow. They're going to become adults. And then when they become an adult, then they can make that choice. But until then, nobody needs to be putting that stuff in their mind. They need to concentrate on how to grow as a person. They can't concentrate on how to grow as a person if they're constantly trying to figure out whether they're a boy or a girl because their parents don't fuck them up in the head so bad that they don't know which way is up and which way is down, how to wipe or nothing. They can't even read. But they know that they don't have a gender. So why is it more important that they know that they don't have a gender, quote unquote, than them being able to read? Make it make sense. The number for kids not being able to read and not being able to understand themselves and grow as a person is getting higher and higher. And to the point where we have a group of adults that are walking around that don't know anything. Because that's what's going to happen. We're going to have a group of adults walking around that don't know anything, having kids with each other, don't want a job, don't want to take care of themselves, don't want to pay no bills, don't want to be in one place, and all they're going to be is homeless. And who is that to blame? Well, whoever screwed up their mind, whoever got them off track, whoever put them in a mind state to where they're confused to the point that they don't know that they need to go to school. They need to get their education, at least a high school education, so they can get them a job, so they can do something in life, at least have an opportunity. But you're taking the opportunity away when you start to mess with their mindset, when you start to push stuff in their mind that doesn't belong there, that's not there naturally. If they don't think it, it's not going to be there naturally. And we can tell because when kids be around other kids, they tell their friends everything. Yes. And I already know of a couple parents that's their kid's friend with my kid. And I already know of a couple set of parents that I would send to jail right now because they have taught their kid, right? This little boy, they taught this little boy that he don't know what sex he is. He don't know what gender he is, even though he knows how to use the bathroom. The correct way, by the way. But he don't know what gender he is. He don't know if he's a boy. He don't know if he's a girl. He don't know if he what. Because every time I ask him, "What's up, kid? You going to play with the boys or you playing with the girls today? What you doing?" "I don't know." "Are you a boy or a girl?" "I don't know." Now I know you're wondering, why would an adult ask that question? Because of what he was saying to my daughter. That's what made me ask the question. It's very easy. I heard what he was saying. He was talking about poly this and poly that. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And so I broke his little reality. And you know what happened when I told him he was a boy? He broke down crying in the middle of the classroom, squalled out on the floor, mad. I was like, why are you mad? Because my parents never told me. When you say your parents, do you have a mom and a dad at home or do you got a mom and a mom at home? He said, I got a mom and a mom at home. I said, that explains a lot, actually. That explains a lot. So I didn't say this to him, but I was in my brain. I'm like, so your mom had you with a man, and then told the man he wasn't shit, pushed him out the door, and then married a woman because she thought the man was the disease and the problem with the situation. And then also, she wanted to make sure he couldn't keep his son on the right track of being a man. And so she removed him from the situation and added someone else that was the same gender and sex as her. Obviously, she knows this, but for some odd reason, she don't want her kid to know the difference. And then whenever I told the kid the difference, then it broke his reality. And then it reset it. And then when his mom showed up to school that day, guess what? He said, I'm a boy. Why didn't you tell him, mom? And she said, who told you that? And he said, he pointed at me. And so I walked over to his mom and I said, why are y'all doing this to him? Why are y'all messing with this boy's mind? Leave him the fuck alone. Leave your ideologies out of his life. It is not about him. It is not for him. He is a child, not an adult. That is an adult decision. You can choose to do that. He cannot. And because of you influencing him, now his mind is broke. Now you have to deal with that. And now you have to mend that. Now you have to fix that instead of having it correct from the very beginning. Now, where's his dad? And she said, I'm not with him. I was like, what did you do? Marry a woman? Hmm? Because what? Guys are the disease, guys are the problem. So by removing us from the situation, everything's gonna be okay and better. Guess what? It's not reality, is it? It doesn't get easier, does it? Your kid gets more rowdy, doesn't he? He gets more out of control, doesn't he? He doesn't listen, does he? That's what happens when you remove the father from the house, because naturally the father is the authoritarian figure. The mother is the coddler. That's how it's supposed to be. She's the affectionate one. She's the safe zone. I'm the authority. I put the hammer down. I say the things that don't feel right. It doesn't bother me to say that stuff either. Because you know what? It's the real world. You know why they say the world is ran by men and it's a cold world out there? You know why? Because that's reality. And whenever you don't adhere to understand that it's really a cold world out there and they can fuck you over really fast, guess what? You get pinned. You get mentally broke. Then you lose your job. Then everything starts to fade. Then you're not married anymore. Now you lost everything you ever owned. Now you're all on your feet. Now you're on the street. What's next? Hmm. What do you think is going to happen to this little boy when he grows up, mom? Right? And he gets to middle school, let's say, or high school. Now he's got to deal with guys that know they're guys that have a lot of testosterone flowing through their body. You know what's going to happen to him? They're going to turn him into a sissy boy. They're going to turn him into a soy boy, into a little bitch. That's what's going to happen to him. All because you confused him and would not tell him the truth off rip. So protect your kids. Protect the minds of kids. Please. Everybody out there. And I know anybody can see this video. I know that. Protect the kids. That's all we ask. Brain rot is real. And it'll put you under the ground if you let it. So let's get right, people, and save the kids from their own mutual destruction that our generation is setting up for them. Now, it's a small part of our generation that's doing it, but they're doing it. Because the only thing I see that's gonna happen and come from this is mutual destruction. We're gonna have half of these kids go, I don't want to be like that. I like being like this. And the other half's like, but you're not like that. You're like this. Somebody lied to you. What happens to that part of the generation that goes, somebody lied to you? That other half that got lied to, that's when they get mad. That's when they want to fight. And that's when they get their ass beat. Just like when I was in school. You was either a man or you was a bitch. It was one or the other. There was no in between. You either got beat up or you done the beating up. You either defended yourself or you got beat up. Period. That's what we learned off rip. And you know what? As high schoolers and young adults, our generation didn't fall to fucking pieces. Yeah. So imagine that. Wow. A little bit of strict adherence and a whole generation won't fall to shit. But then we start getting away from that adherence. And I mean, you look at the adults running around in my generation that's in their 20s and 30s. You look at the adults running around. Multicolored hair, got the bull ring septum piercings, which I wish I could just walk by and just pull those motherfuckers out. Because that's what it makes me want to do. Every time I see one, it makes me want to pull it out. That's the whole, y'all realize, right? The septum piercing, that nose piercing, that looks like a bull ring, that was meant, and that was put in bulls' noses to control them. And you know what the craziest part is? The women that wear that are the ones that cry the most about being controlled, that cry the most about having their lives controlled, that they don't have control of their body. But then they put something in their nose that literally means subserviency, subservient to controlism. That was the whole reason that fighting bulls got those. It's so that they could control them when they got out of control. Because bulls won't hurt themselves. That was the reason for the septum piercing. Think about that. If you got a septum piercing, think about that. That was meant to control the animal. That's why it came from animals. The idea came from animals. That piercing came from animals because that's how we controlled that animal. And now you want to copy it and put it on your body? What do you think? First of all, what do you think is going to happen in 10 years? You think that's going to stay in the same place, or you think it's going to start drooping down and further? Dummy. Exactly. You think that piercing in your lip is going to stay the same, or it's going to start making a hole and a ridge, and skin won't close itself back up if you take it out? And if you do take it out, it's going to be real ugly under there. Dumb. Like, it's just, it don't make sense. It don't make sense. They cry the most about being controlled, but then they give themselves piercings and tattoos and different ways to show that they're being controlled, or that they want to be controlled. Excuse me, because nobody's controlling them. If we was controlling them, this wouldn't happen. These rallies wouldn't happen. These protests wouldn't happen if we were controlling them. We're not controlling them. We don't want to control them. Control them for what? It's more fun to watch them flail around like crazy people. It gives me something to watch on YouTube in the afternoons. I'm fine with it. Let them flail around, keep getting arrested, keep getting shot up, keep getting beat up by cops. I'm fine with it. I'll watch it all day because I know where I stand. Because I would do the same thing. If I seen a protest rally going on that I don't agree with, I would go over there and pester the fuck out of them. You want to fight after that? Well, we can fight then. I ain't been in a good fight in a minute. I wish people, I don't know why nobody wants to fight me anymore. Anyways, I ain't been in a good fight in a minute since I was in college. Let's say I ain't been in a good fight in a minute. So I need some little action. You know what I'm saying? I need a little 1, 2, 3 action. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I need some of that action. You know what I'm saying? And I sure will. I throw down with them. I got no problems with it. And it's not like I'm gonna show up empty-handed either. I'm showing up with a bat, and it's gonna have some nails in it, maybe some barbed wire around it. You know what I'm saying? Just a little something, something. So if they want to jump stupid, guess what? Just know you gonna jump stupid, all right. As soon as this bat touches you, it's ripping everything that you got on you off. Just know that. I'll be right out there fighting for the kids, fighting for their life, fighting for their mental health. Because everybody wants to talk about mental health is a big problem these days. Mental health is a big problem these days. No crap is a big problem these days. Look what's being pushed in the social media. Look what's being pushed in the social agenda. Look what's being pushed in kids' networking shows. Look what's being pushed on kids' YouTubes. Like, hello, how do you not see this coming? And then I see it, I say something about it, and then everybody gets mad at me because I can see that this transgender person on YouTube is literally trying to tell every kid watching them that they don't have a sex and it's okay. They're trying to forcibly remove what they're taught in their upbringing in their own house. And that's their plan. It's to do that to all kids, not just their own kids in their own home, which we already see what happens to them, which that's how school shooters happen. But okay. Also, highest society rate out of any minority in the country is transgender people. And it's not because of people like me either. It's because of their own people. If you don't agree with everything that another agrees with, they will kick you out of the group. They will obfuscate you. They will cut you off completely. You know what that does to somebody? That changes their whole entire body physically to fit in. Spends thousands of dollars to fit in. And then they get there and they find out they don't fit in. Well, that's your own fault too. The person that changed their body to fit in. That's your own fault too for trying to fit into a space you don't belong. And the same thing goes for everybody else. You shouldn't want to fit in. You shouldn't try to fit in. You shouldn't have to fit in. It should be whatever flows naturally. And this many people changing their sexual identity is not natural. People changing their sexual identity in general is not natural. Now, I'm not talking about saying I'm gay or straight. I'm talking about male or female and physically changing that. That's not normal. If it was normal, it would have been done for hundreds of years. Now, I don't care if you want to cross dress. If you want to be a dude and you want to cross dress as a girl or vice versa, because we see the vice versa all the time and nobody says anything, right? We see girls wear guys' clothes constantly. Nobody says anything, right? But then those gay guys see that, so they go, why can't I dress as a woman and nobody say nothing to me? If she can dress like a dude and nobody say nothing to her. So then they start seeing the reality of the world. They don't like that. That's how it works. It's a double standard. And it's always going to be a double standard for guys. That's why you see a lot of guys that are making these transitions, they're doing it for that reason. Because there's double standards against guys, whether it's in the courts or it's in the streets. It's double standards against guys. And they want to be girls. They want those benefits without the hardships of childbirth or carrying a child for 9 months or being pregnant in general. And the same thing for girls that's changing the guys. It's the same thing for them. They want all the benefits of being a man because they think being a man is easier to live in this world. They think you're gonna make a lot more money. You're gonna get hired more. They're gonna give you more chances. No, they come to the guy side of the fence and they find out real quick. They find out real quick. Being a guy is not easy. Ask any if you know somebody that has transitioned from a female to a male, ask them how easy it is to be a guy. I guarantee you they're gonna tell you it's not easy. It's not. It's a whole bunch of bullshit. Yeah. Cause nope, first of all, and have guys ever fed females the lie that being a guy is easier than being a girl? Have we ever fed that lie? No. You know who fed that lie? You know who started that rumor? Women started that rumor because we didn't have to be pregnant, because we were at work, because we were out there facing the world while you got to stay at home in your little safe cocoon where the world don't touch you, and that wasn't good enough. It just wasn't good enough, was it? And now look at you. Now look at you. Now you're all wild on all sides, out of shape, huffing, coughing all the time, sick all the time, and you can't figure out why nobody likes you. Can't figure out what's going on with your life. You can't figure out where you went wrong. Well, I tell you where you went wrong. It's very easy. You were already in a lifestyle that was there to protect you. You chose to dishonor that lifestyle. You chose to disrespect your partner. And now you got to see what happens after that. That's the truth. Now, you don't have to believe it. You don't have to see it. But we all know it's right there in front of your face. Every single bit of it. Now, you can tell me where I'm wrong, but I know I'm not. You can type some hateful message in the comments, but it won't mean nothing to me. I probably won't even read the comments. Be real with you. I don't like reading comments. And you know why? It has nothing to do with who is making the comment. Nothing at all. I don't like reading comments because it takes too long to read all of them. Or the other thing happens and nobody leaves a comment at all, which just tells me that I'm right. But you know what I learned about YouTube? If nobody fights your argument, you're correct. If nobody fights your argument, you're correct. That's what I found out. That's what I've noticed over the years of doing this. If nobody argues your comments, nobody argues your points of views, well, it's probably because they're right. It's simple. They're not, you can't argue logically, you can't argue something down that is already correct. And your mind knows that. So instead of arguing something down that's correct, they just tend to fade into the dark side. And then they're like, who was that? Like they never heard of you. But you can definitely see that they viewed, you can see that they watched for 43 minutes. You can see them in your timeline of your video. But yeah, they're like, no, I don't know who that person is. And I'm just sitting there like, yeah, you don't know who I am, but you watched me for 43 minutes and 23 seconds, but you don't know who I am. And that's just one video, not the others, not the 100 other videos I got up. And it's not like I talk about this rarely. I talk about this pretty often on my streams because I'm not a fan of lying. Again, let's loop this all the way back around. I'm not a fan of lying to kids. I'm not a fan of obscuring the truth. I would rather you know the truth and deal with it than a lie that's going to hurt you later once you grow up and find out that it was a lie. Which one do you want? Which one would you rather have? The truth or the lie? Your mental health or your physical health? Which one do you want? Because you can't have both. It doesn't work that way. Not for guys, not for girls, not for nobody. You're either going to be mentally healthy or you're going to be physically healthy. One's going to have to take a hit in this society. And what I mean by that is if you're mentally healthy and physically not healthy, that's probably because you're working 70, 80 hours a week. Because everybody's asking for more money on their raises. And so many illegal people are moving into the country and living under the radar, not paying taxes, but getting paid money every single week for the job that they do. Do you not realize that by not putting that money back into the government, it inflates the prices of everything? And that's what people seem to not understand. The more people live in this country that don't pay their taxes, the higher price of everything is going to be. That goes from living to the grocery store. And so if you're one of those people that are against getting rid of illegal immigrants of every variety, not Hispanics, I'm talking about of every variety. Because it seems like whenever you talk to Hispanics about this situation, they only concerned about other Hispanics. Those aren't the only illegal immigrants coming into the country. There's immigrants from Kenya. There's immigrants from Great Britain, and usually the ones in Great Britain come from Kenya. You know, there's immigrants from Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, Israel. You know, now if your country's at war currently, like Iran, and there was some people in Iran that wanted to come to America to seek domicile or cover, okay, that makes sense. There's no active war going on in Mexico. The cartels have been running the country for the last 30, 40 years. That's not an active war. That's just a way of life at this point. So saying that you're coming here to America from Mexico because of the cartels is a lie. The cartels aren't active like that in the streets anymore. They said it themselves. They're moving to a more corporate level. The only ones really in the streets are the young kids, the young foot soldiers. Those are the only ones you see in the streets. And they primarily there just to sell and make sure those sales go through. That's it. They're not there to cause horror and harm to everybody that they see. If they did, they would rather just take your money and kill you. Why wouldn't they just take your money and kill you instead of transporting you up to taking all that trouble to move you up to the border? You know, if the cartels ran everything, think about it. They could literally take all your money, take you out to the desert, literally the middle of the desert, and just kill you. Why don't they just do that? Exactly, because they're not trying to get rid of the population. They're just trying to make money. Just like everybody that comes up here from Mexico saying that they're coming from Mexico to America because their lives are threatened. Your lives not threatened. Your lives are not threatened. You're coming to America to make money because you know that by coming to America and making money, that USD $1 equals several hundred pesos right across the border. And you know, like I know, because I'm not fucking dumb, you know, like I know, that by coming over here, making $500, $600 a week, $1,000 a week, whatever you can make, and sending it all back to Mexico, then you can just go live there after 6 months of work. You can just go live in Mexico on vacation for 6 months if you wanted to. How do I know this? Because I've had multiple employees do the exact same thing. They'll come in and work for the winter, go home in February, and then come back next winter. And then when they come back, I ask them, I say, hmm, what you been up to? Oh, I've been chilling at the house the last 6 months. I'm back and ready to work. I was like, so you're telling me that you made that money that you made last year, you just stuck it in your bank in Mexico, and then you just lived off of that money for 6 months. And remember, this is a part-time job in America. So you mean to tell me you can just live off of that for 6 months? Now, how is that any different from just coming over here and just stealing a whole bunch of money and then shipping it across the border? What is the difference between what he is doing, what I just told you, what they are doing, and then what these other migrants are doing, illegal migrants are doing, that say that they're only coming here for work? Yeah, they're coming here for work, but they're coming here to rip off the government because the more money they make, the more money they send out of the country, the less taxes are being paid. And the more people in the country can't get a job. Yeah, it's not the most glorious job, but people still want to do those jobs, whether it's cleaning, whether it's being a maid, whatever it is. People seem to think that Americans don't want to do the dirty job. What do you mean? How do you think those dirty jobs got there? Duh. We the ones that did it from Jump Street. My great great grandparents been doing the dirty jobs from the formation of the United States before it was all 50. My great great grandparents were already in the trenches, building the foundation of the country, building it up level by level while getting tortured at the same time. So you tell me that I'm wrong. Exactly. You can't because you know that I'm right. I have no reason to lie about who I am, where I come from. I don't even know my family history past 200 years ago. There is no linkage there. There is no writings. There is no books, no manuals, no family tree pictures. Whereas, right, if you go to someone that is African, not African American, but African, they can show you pictures from their home state where they came from in another country. Like if they came from Kenya, they can show you that they're Kenyan. They can show you pictures from 100 years ago. They can show you their family tree from 300 years ago. I can't show you any of that. And you know why. You know why. We weren't allowed to read. We weren't allowed to learn how to read or write or swim because they knew that if we knew how to do that, we would just run away. And obviously, they can't have us just running away. That won't be good for their business, quote unquote. Right? So, to keep us even further down, they burned all the documents whenever they bought us from other African tribes on the continent. Yes. Yeah. Nah, don't let school get your mind fucked up. White people did not go to Africa, steal a whole bunch of people off the shores, put them on boats, and then send them across the ocean. That's not what happened. What happened was Africans already were into slavery. They were already enslaving each other, whether it be from war or just in general wanting to do it for whatever reason. But they were already in slavery. They were already into slavery and the slave trade. Africans sold my great great grandparents to Englishmen to come to America. It wasn't like the history books tried to show you, where it showed like these conquistadors or whatever, like going to Africa and like got their swords up in the air and they're waving their swords around in the little pictures that they have illustrated in the book, where it shows them killing Africans and trying to chain them up and chain them together. That's not how that worked. They were brought there that way, already in chains, already naked, to come to America because they needed money from the white man to help build their infrastructure back home and make it stronger while we've toiled in slavery for generations. Don't let these history books fool you because they will write lies in history books to protect themselves. Always remember that. Always remember that. They will put lies in history books on purpose if it will protect themselves or their family history. I'll put it like this. If you have a big plantation or your family had a big plantation, right? At some point in the past 100 years. If your family had a big plantation, guess what? That's going to not be on the record books. You know why? Because everybody knows what plantations are tied to, right? Now, do I blame white people for slavery today? Do I blame the white people here today for slavery? No, I do not. Why should I? That happened 200 years ago, 150 years ago, almost 200 years ago now. Why would I blame white people today for what happened back then? That ain't fair. And the fact that black folk are trying to do that and still trying to get reparation money for that is hilarious. And it's sad. This is why it demoralizes you, it desensitizes you, it dehumanizes you, and it brings you all down to the point of greed. Because that's all you want is money. You don't want the satisfaction of anything other than getting some money that you're going to blow anyway on a brand new house or a car because you dumbasses don't know how to spend money. I just learned how to spend money and I'm 33. Just learned it. Now, what does that mean? That don't mean I haven't been able to pay my bills for the last 20 years or 15 years because I have. That's not what that means. It just means that I'm able to pragmatically choose what and when to pay and the right time to pay it so I don't kill myself. You know, it's very simple, but very hard to get a grasp of if you're not taught this. Whereas a lot of kids not of African descent are taught this from a very young age. Matter of fact, a lot of my friends, they all had bank accounts and got what they used to call it back in the day. It was a what they used to call it uh fuck uh what the kids used to get back in the day. I never got it. Money every week, for doing a good job at school or whatever. You got some money at the end of the week. You can put it in savings or spend it on whatever you want. I didn't get that. I didn't get that little extra chunk of change that all my friends were walking around with. They would just get $20, $30 at the end of the week for fucking nothing. And I know this because I was there. Or $100 for fucking nothing. Just for going to school, they would get $100 at the end of the week. You know how much I've gotten in total for good weeks at school? Nothing. $0. Absolutely $0. Absolutely $0. And it's not because nobody had any money. It's because they didn't believe in giving kids money to learn how to manage it. That was the issue. So then we get older. Well, we get into the real world. For some odd reason, everybody already knows how to channel their money. Everybody knows how to calculate it. Everybody knows how to track it, except us. Because our parents failed us. Put it simply. Just be real with you. Our parents failed us. They didn't teach us how to track money. They didn't teach us how to track bills. They didn't teach us how to keep track of all this stuff. They didn't teach us what our itinerary was. They didn't teach us how bills work on a cycle. None of that. We had to figure out all of this within a year of turning 18. Because you know what happens next? They don't let you just stay in the house until you're 25, 26, 27 years old. No, you get kicked out. I know a couple of guys that are in their 40s that are still living with their parents. I mean, look at Asmongold. He never moved out of his parents' house. And he's like 35. Both his parents have died now, but he never moved out of his parents' house. Not a single time. Always lived upstairs. That's what certain people are afforded in this country. They don't have to face the world. They don't have to step outside their comfort zone. They don't have to go get it at work. They don't have to put up with what we put up with. They can just sit back, relax, watch a YouTube video. And there are so many dumb people out here that will just watch them every single day, all day, and keep paying them money on top of that. Even when they say, don't pay me no money, I don't need it, people still will pay them money and not pay the content creators that need the money to make better content. Simple. I don't understand it, but it is simple. Now, if I had a different outlook on life, a different perspective on how money works, maybe a different perspective on how the system works in general, I'm probably be able to make a lot more money. But I don't know. Nobody ever told me. Nobody ever taught me. Not told me, taught me. Nobody ever taught me how the system works. And now they feel a type of way. They get frustrated and mad whenever we ask for help with certain things. They get frustrated, they get mad, they get upset. But y'all didn't teach us nothing that could help us avoid this. Y'all just come with a whole bunch of information, throw it at our face, and what? Think we're just supposed to absorb it like glue? Like, that's not how that works. This is something that has to be taught to us at a very young age, at 10, 11, 12 years old, and then practiced over time so that when we get to adulthood, we know what to do. It's very simple. And that's what my generation has not had a lot of. We've been lied to, manipulated, told that we don't need no money. At least that's what I was told. You don't need no money, Chris. I'm sitting out here busting my butt, cutting timber, busting wood, go to school on time every day, come home, go bust some wood. After football practice, we cutting timber, we busting wood, cutting timber, busting wood, school, basketball practice, busting wood, cutting timber. Like I ain't get never get paid for cutting timber like somebody that cuts timber. Because I know how much it costs. I looked into it. I looked at how much somebody that works 8 hours and can turn in wood on a daily basis. I looked at how much they make. I looked at how much somebody that saves up their wood and then turns it in once a month. I looked and see how much they made. I looked and see how much bark costs. I looked and see how much the other wood costs. I looked and see what was the most popular tree in the area. Surprisingly, but not surprisingly, it was popular. That's what was the most expensive. And it grew in plentiful where I grew up. So that's what we cut down. And so while some other people's wallets were super fat because of the work they put in, because they learned at a young age that they needed to manage their money, set it up correctly, set them up a bank account, and get all this stuff going by a certain age. Because they knew this and they learned this, they were successful at life. We were not taught those steps. We were not taught those steps. Let's be real. Like you look at your grandparents, and the reason that their wallets was fat was because they were taught how to manage money at a very young age, so they didn't never go broke. But then 2 generations later, all that has went out the window. All that has went out the window for most families. Now, for a few families, obviously, for a few families that can give out allowances and stuff like that, right? Or that do. I ain't gonna say can because any family can give out allowances. Allowance don't have to be much. It could be $10. That's enough to get you whatever you want at school, at lunch, every single week. And I know from being a high schooler, an elementary schooler, a middle schooler, $10 a week would have been great. I would have been able to buy pizza on Fridays. I would have been able to get a soda during the week at one point or every day. I would have been able to get ice cream on Friday afternoons when we go out to the field for field day because we did what we were supposed to do in class all week. Instead of just running around with no money ever, not knowing how to manage that mug, and then becoming an adult, still not knowing how to manage this money, and everybody expects me to flawlessly manage the money, that the small amount of money that comes in after taxes. And that's the part that frustrates the piss out of me. Everybody expects us to just be perfect and be able to manage it perfectly right out of college, right out of high school, whichever one it is, and live and not need nothing from nobody. That's how their brains work because their parents taught them the importance of maintenance, taught them the importance of saving money, taught them the importance of these things. But they didn't teach us in a timely manner. They waited until after we were adults to say anything about it. And that's the problem. Or or they allowed their kids to just stay with them at home and their kids never left the house, period. And they're still at their parents' house to this day. Off rip, I can think of one person in particular that's never left their parents' house and will probably never leave their parents' house. And that's their decision. Whatever. But I know why they won't leave their parents' house. Because they've already left it once. It didn't last too long. They didn't last too long mentally outside of their parents' house because their mental wasn't strong enough to handle the real world. And they were only in school. They weren't out here working jobs and trying to survive with rent and lot rent and mortgage and all these different things. They weren't trying to survive that. They were just trying to survive college. And it did not work. So that tells me that if they couldn't get through college, they ain't gonna be able to stay out here in the real world. Like I didn't make it through college, but luckily I'm smart enough to adapt to what's going on and learn over time. I'm teaching myself a lot of this stuff, like doing taxes. How many people know how to do their taxes properly by themselves? How many people know how to do that taxes? I go ahead and tell you, not a lot, not a fucking lot, and that's scary. Why do a lot of people not know how to do their taxes? Because we weren't taught how to do our taxes. There was no classes on it. Home ec is gone. There's no there's no way to practice managing money. It just isn't a thing. And why is it not a thing? Because we allow it to be that way. Not us kids, not us when we were kids, but I mean the ones in charge allowed it to be that way. Allowed for us not to learn anything. Allowed for us to be this way in real life. And they'll go, oh, well, it ain't my fault you're that way. But really though, when you think about it, really, why would you think that? You're supposed to be preparing us for real life. And if it don't get there and we aren't prepared, then whose fault is it that we aren't prepared? Very simple. Again, that was the beginning of this new age generation that you see that's happening with not taking accountability, not being responsible for their own decisions. That was the beginning of it. And now look where it is today. Now look, when you walk, you can't even walk down the street, without seeing a protest, a rally, without having people killing themselves with drugs on the sidewalks. You know, it's not going to stop, unfortunately. And that's only because they don't know. They weren't prepared for the real world. Nobody prepared them. Their parents didn't prepare them. The school's definitely not going to prepare them. All the schools, like I said, all school is there for is just to it don't even teach kids anything. I learned more from watching YouTube and just talking to my friends than I did from the teacher. And that's not a shot at the teacher. That's a shot at society because they don't teach us anything in school. They took all the funding away from the schools. So we can't learn anything. So when we're dependent on learning how to live life from our parents because the schools won't teach us anything, that's when things get bad. That's when people get mad. That's when everybody's sad. But all that can change. All that can change. And I guess we'll be the ones that have to change it. We'll have to figure out how to teach our kids what the last generation couldn't teach us for whatever reason. Even though when you look at the situation that's happening, right? We're having to work more and more hours every year to keep up with the cost of inflation. We're having to work more and more hours every year. That means we're having less and less time with our kids. That means we have less and less opportunity to teach them anything. Unlike back in the 90s and the early 2000s, where it was completely opposite. It was. I don't know how many days I've come home, had both parents home all afternoon from 2:45 or 3 o'clock until bedtime every single day. Well, how much of that time you think they spent teaching me stuff? Not a lot. Not a lot. Most of it was get out of the house, keep the door shut, go outside. Not this is how you learn how to manage money. This is what a savings account is. This is how you do taxes. This is how this works. This is how you apply this to real life. This is what's going to happen when you get older. They didn't do that stuff. They were more concerned about them getting a little nappy nap than us learning how to protect ourselves in the future. It is what it is, what it is. So now I do the opposite, right? So when my kid is with me, she learning everything first before I take a nap. She gonna learn something. Then when I get up from my nap, when she gets up from her nap as well, because I make her take a nap with me still. I do not allow my 7-year-old to run around like crazy. Nope. When I lay down and take this nap, you laying down and taking it with me. What? I'm not letting no manic child run around the house like crazy. That's mistake number one. That you let your kid run around the house like fucking crazy. Get your head on straight. Get your life right. And when I say get your life right, I'm not talking about no Bible. I'm not talking about no religion. My religion is real life. My religion is reality. That is my religion. I'm not an atheist. Nothing like it. I don't to be an atheist, you have to believe in the devil. Duh. But I don't believe in it. I don't believe in that, or I don't believe in none of that stuff. You have to be an atheist, you have to believe that the devil is real and God is real. And I know something is there. It's some kind of force. But do I believe the devil and God is real? Nah. Especially after I already clinically died on the operating table. Kidney failure. Clinically died, flatlined. I already know what's on the other side of that death note because I've been there and come back. I already know what's there. Religion lies to you. straight up. It just gives you a pathway through understanding life in a way that is less stressful, which is fine. It's totally fine if you want to live your life that way, less stressful. You believe you want to go to church and that gets some of that stress away. Cool, do that for real. Do that. Whatever you need to keep your stress levels down, do that. But we can't go around obfuscating other people for other religions when the religions all do the same thing. They all have the same purpose. They're there to tell stories, make you feel better about how the world works, and try to explain things that you haven't thought about before or that you yourself can't explain or that you just refuse to believe anybody else on. That's what religion is for. Religion has always been for the weak-minded. That's why it's there. That's how all these different churches pop up. That's why there's not one religion. There's multiple religions. Because when you think about it, if people wanted to really be real and write about a religion, then they would all have the whole world would have the same religion, maybe with a different name to it, but the whole world would have the same religion. But that's not how it works because it all depends on who wrote the stories and what they were writing the stories about. And a lot of times, these people that write the Bible, the Quran, all these holy texts, they're all derived from one place, and it's Jerusalem. And the stories that were told there, it's all derived from that one place. And then it's broken down and told in many different facets all around the world. Because when you look at religions from all around the world, they all tell the same stories, primarily, but with different names and in different places on the world sometimes. That's about the extent of it. When I've looked at like I looked at like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 different religions. I've looked at 16 different religions on my browser today. And in 16 different religions, none of them said anything different than the King James Bible that I got right here in the house. I got 3 of them here in the house. 2 of them were presents, and actually all 3 of them were presents. One I got as a present as a teenager from my grandfather, and the other 2 I got from coworkers. Because for some odd reason, people just assume that I don't read the Bible, that I've never read the Bible. Motherfucker, I've read the Bible front to back multiple times throughout my life. The fuck you mean? My grandfather is a pastor. My grandmother was a first lady. I grew up in a Christian, holier than their household, which is what pushed me away from becoming a Christian myself, by the way. And I told them that too. I was like, the reason I don't want to get saved is because of y'all. They was like, what do you mean? We talk to you about God all the time. I was like, exactly, exactly. And that's why I don't want to be saved by that God, by any God. I don't want to be saved. I want to live in the real world. I don't want my mind cluttered with scriptures and this and that and the third. That's just going to keep me from getting to where I want to go because of a religious practice. You see what I'm saying? But then these same people that are supposed to be Christians be getting real active when Israelis come around or Muslims come around. They get real active then. They get real mad then. Like Christians know something about these 2 religions that are different from theirs. Hmm. I don't. And so I choose not to partake in any of that crap. To me, it doesn't make sense. Why can't everybody just coexist under one religion? You either believe the religion or you don't. It should only be one religion in the world. Because all the stories, like I said, from multiple different religions, all lead back to the same story set, the same base story set, the same base story. And most of it's in the Bible. About the only thing different in a lot of different religions, right? About the only thing different is who the Savior is. For Christians, it's Jesus that came down to earth, you know? In other religions, Jesus was just a mortar. Jesus was just there. They didn't do anything. It was David or it was, whatever, one of the apostles that really did it. It was John the Baptist, whatever, depending on what religion that you're looking at. And of course, Christians take offense to that. I'm like, why are you taking offense to this? That doesn't make sense. That's just what they believe, just like it's what you believe. Now, how will you feel if somebody gets mad at you every time that you say something about being a Christian? Yeah, you'd be ready to fight then. Now, how is that Christian? How is that Christian? That's your the first thing that happened to go through your mind when somebody says they don't believe in Christianity is that you get active, you want to get mad, you want to fight. And then I never understood this about just religion in general. But what makes people think that they can go to the club, shake their ass on Saturday night, and go to church Sunday morning? By the way, which is in the same day, within a few hours of each other, typically, because bars and clubs don't close down to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and then Sunday service starts at 7 a.m. So you tell me how people thought it was all right to go and shake their ass at the club until 2 a.m. in the morning, grinding on people, doing all these things that your religion say you shouldn't do, doing all these things, getting drunk in public and all this stuff, right? Just breaking all the 10 commandments. And then they think they can turn around and go to church and just wash the sins away because they told what they did. No, that's not how that works. And mentally, that's fucked up if you think that that's how that works. Because you're supposed to cleanse yourself mentally, not going. Oh my God, it's so crazy. The church will not cleanse you for your misdeeds. The church is just a place of worship. It always has been. It's never been a place you had to go to worship. That's one of the things that always bugged me when I was younger, is having to go to church when I already knew because I learned, because I read a book named the Bible at a very young age that my parents didn't know I was reading at the time. So I read the Bible and I told them what the Bible said, and then they got mad at me. Why you get mad at me about something the Bible said? This is what the Bible says, not me says. And then they got mad at me and I still had to go to church. But that's besides the point. This is funny to me because I don't like getting up early in the morning. That's not my forte. So getting up early in the morning to me is like a kick in the butt. I don't like it. Especially getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to dress up in frilly clothes or whatever, go eat breakfast, and then you gotta sit there in a pew with nothing to do for 3 hours and expected to sit there and not go to sleep. I can't sit through a lecture without going to sleep if I'm not taking notes. So what makes you think I'm gonna sit through 3 hours? I'm gonna be able to sit through 3 hours of church if I can't do anything. And by the way, if you did anything, you got hit in the back of the head. If you started to draw on a piece of paper, you got hit in the back of the head. If you picked up a phone, you got hit in the back of the head. If you try to do anything other than pay attention to what the preacher was saying, it was bad. It was wrong. If it was so bad and wrong, then why do you keep trying to bring me to this place that I obviously didn't want to be, and we obviously didn't have to be. We could have had service right at the house in the living room. We could have had service in the front yard with the sun shining down on us. I would have took that a whole lot better. I'd rather be sitting at the house outside on the front porch, chilling, reading the scripture, than to be sitting up in a muggy church around a whole bunch of good for nothings that ain't never done nothing for nobody of my generation, of my generation. That never done nothing for nobody in my generation except stuff they own pockets from that collection jar. Now, that's gonna piss some people off that I just said that, but I know that I'm not stupid. Because how do preachers buy brand new cars? Make that make sense. How do preachers buy brand new cars? If this is supposed to be a service to God, and you're supposed to do this as a service to God, how are you buying a brand new car, bro? You ain't doing this for God. You doing this for you. Duh. And then people get mad at me because I pointed out, because I said something about it, because I told them it was wrong. You shouldn't be buying a brand new Mercedes Benz with the church's money. That should be money that goes into churches, the church's expenses, upgrading the church, taking the kids of the church out to do stuff. That's where that money should be going, not into a brand new vehicle. Not saying that that's what happened in my church, but I have seen it at multiple other churches. The pastor show up in a normal ass car, and I know the pastor a lot of the times in these other churches, especially in a small town. You're gonna see him around. I knew this person. They were not rich. They were not well off or well endowed by any means. They had a beat up Toyota Camry that they drove back and forth to work and to Walmart and to the school. And then they became a preacher. 6 months later, after becoming a preacher, this guy's driving a Mercedes Benz around. Make it make sense. How you go from a beat up Camry to a Mercedes Benz if you ain't taking the money from the church when you couldn't get it before? And you know what the funniest part is? I asked him how he got it. He said, I'm thankful for the congregation. I was like, damn. So you just straight up just tell them that you're thankful that they give you their hard earned money every single week that they work for, that they take out of the bills that they need to pay to put in the church because they think they're doing the right thing. And then you're going to take that money and go buy a brand new car with it. Our society is cracked. Religion is cracked. The reason for getting into religion is cracked. I mean, look at all these new pastors coming out. They want mega churches and super mega churches. You know, that's because they don't want to work. They don't want to have a job. They want you to pay them like a streamer. you know? By the way, that's not why I'm streaming either. I'm not streaming looking to make millions. I just wanted to make a little something so I could help pay my bills. That's it. Little bitty something, little bitty something. That's it. And I'm being real about it. I do it for the love of the game. And I would like to make a little extra on the side to pay some bills that need to get paid. That's it. I'm not trying to be a billionaire. I'm not trying to be a multimillionaire. I'm not trying to make the Forbes 500 list. I'm just trying to live. I'm trying to live in a society that wants to take all of your free time away from you. That's the problem. We live in a society where if you have any free time, you don't have any free time. They don't want you to have any free time. They don't want you to be able to enjoy what you're paying for. They just want you to keep working to hold on to it. Because think about it, right? If jobs were set up for you to be able to work and then come home and take care of your family, then they would already set up a structure to pay you what you needed to be paid, and what you need to make so you can do that. Now, in the early years, in the early 1900s, I should say, that's how it was. Everything wasn't so expensive, but you also didn't get paid very much. One person could make enough to cover the whole house, to pay all the bills, to buy a new car if you were Caucasian and in your 20s or 30s in America at that time. If you weren't, that wasn't for you. That dream wasn't for you. That's what I've realized over time. That's what I've seen. I mean, I saw it in the history books. I saw exactly when it happened. Right after slavery ended, right? So after slavery ended, they boosted the price of everything. So those coming out of slavery couldn't afford to have a nice house, couldn't afford to do anything, couldn't afford to get on the right foot, couldn't afford to have an education. They did that on purpose. And then with each repeating generation, or with each generation after that that came along, that discrepancy only grew. The gap between working class and the rich, it only grows, and it keeps growing. So you got people like me that's like, why does it keep growing? It shouldn't keep growing. It should be shrinking, but it's doing the opposite. Why are we allowing it to do the opposite? Why is nobody speaking up? Why is nobody saying anything about this? Am I just the only one that's out here trying to pay my own mortgage? That's got my own car? That's got my own land to rent? I can't be the only one. There's no way. Or a lot of y'all just choosing to live at home with your parents because you know, like I know, there is no getting out. You either get stuck in the loop or you don't enter the loop. And that's the way it's set up. And that's the bottom line. Because I've had my own bosses tell me to my face at one point or another, we care about our checks. That's the bottom line. Not we care about the company. Not we care about y'all being successful in the company and taking over our positions one day. None of that. It was we care about our dollar. That's the bottom line. So they can make more, but we get paid less than the people that we're supposed to be over. Make that make sense. How do supervisors get paid less than the people that they're paid to supervise? It's a broken society, man. It's a broken chat. It's a broken ladder. You can't run an operation where your employees make more than the people that's supposed to be controlling the employees or supervising the employees. That's not how that pyramid will work. If that was a pyramid and the employees were at the bottom and the supervisors were at the top, that pyramid would flip. It'd be like a Beyblade. That's what's happening in the real world. That's what's happening in corporations right now. Multiple corporations, including places like Walmart, for instance. I've seen it. I've been told by Walmart employees and ex Walmart employees why they don't work there anymore. Very simply, the employees that they manage make more than they do. That should not happen. And also, a lot of these businesses don't choose who goes up the ladder based on merit, based on their job, based on how good they do said job. They send who they want up the ladder based off of who they personally like. If you know someone, you have a better chance of going up the corporate ladder than if you're a good hard worker, you do the job correctly, you come in on time every single day, you bust your ass, you get it together, you work doubles and triples if they need you to, whatever. You know what's gonna happen to you? You're gonna be stuck at that bottom rung because you don't know nobody. That's what they don't want to tell you. That's what the last generation before us, that's what they don't want to tell you. But we already know this. So then whenever they say some crazy stuff, we just sit there and laugh at them. And they're like, oh, why y'all laughing? This ain't funny. And we're just like, because we already know. Y'all only care about y'all. Y'all don't care about what we do. Y'all don't care if we survive. Y'all don't care if we become homeless. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all only care about how big y'all bonuses is gonna be. Y'all only care about what you gonna make. Y'all only care about that $80,000, that $90,000. That's what y'all care about. While we're thinking, how are we gonna pay all our bills this month? Do we got to get 3 jobs now? Because that's where it seems like it's heading. If it keeps going this way, everybody that's not working full time in a high tier position is going to have to work 2 or 3 jobs. Everybody, including myself. I've already applied for very many. Not a lot has called me back, but I've applied for so many other jobs. And of course, and it's pretty funny though. And of course, when I say that, nobody believes that I applied for 17 different jobs. Nobody believes that today I applied for 5 different jobs. Nobody's gonna believe that. They just gonna sit there and look at Chris, did you apply for jobs? Yes. Do you want to see my Indeed? Like it's like some mental aspect inside this last generation's brain makes them think we're all fucking liars. And that pisses me the fuck off. I hate that shit. You tell somebody the truth and they just question you like you're a fucking child. Like you don't know what the fuck you just said. To no end, that pisses me off. I hate when the last generation does that. Whatever you want to call them. Gen X, whatever. I hate when Gen X does that shit. They don't teach anything, but then they expect you to know it all. But then whenever you do know something, then they try and tell you you don't know anything. Make it make sense. Which one do y'all want? Do y'all want us to know stuff or do y'all want us to know nothing? Because y'all keep going back and forth on it. Do y'all want us to know something or not? Do y'all want us to know something or not? Say it. The quicker that you're able to be real with us, the quicker we can get to a solution. The quicker we get to a solution, the quicker we can solve the problem. And we're going to solve the fucking problem whether you want us to or fucking not. That's how I feel about it. That's how I've always felt about it. And that's how I'm always going to feel about it. You can feel a type of way about it. You can be mad about it. You can be sad about it. I don't give a damn. I live in the real world where anything crazy can happen. I could have my car repoed tomorrow. Who knows? No fuck. I don't know. But I know this. I'm paying every single bill that I can pay. And if I end up not having a car because I paid all my other bills, well, I know I paid all my other bills. But now I can't get to work. And why is that? Because literally no job that says they're hiring will call you back. None. If you're already working somewhere, they see that you're working somewhere already. They only hire people that don't have a job. They don't want to hire somebody that already has a job that's trying to catch up with the bills. They want you to stay behind. They want you to stay down. They want you to stay dependent because they realize that if you're down and you can't pay all your bills, you're forced to keep working that same job. You can't just go look for a new job because then you're going to put in your 2 week notice and then be out of work possibly for a week before that next job takes place or before you get paid from that next job. And these businesses know that. So they leverage that against you, that you won't do that. That's reality. That's the world we live in. And it's Gen X that's doing it to us. It's not the boomers. The boomers did it to them. Now instead of breaking the cycle, they're just continuing the trauma. They're just passing it down to us. And they want us to continue the cycle again and pass it down to the next generation, but we're not going to do that. We're breaking the cycle right here. We're going to destroy the country before we rebuild it in the correct way. That's what's going to happen. And that's what I'm looking forward to. Not the destruction of the country, but the rebuilding of the country in a fashion that will actually work, where everybody doesn't have to have 3 and 4 jobs or 2 and 3 jobs just to pay their bills. That shouldn't be a thing. Nobody should have to have 2 and 3 jobs when you're making a lot an hour. Nobody. And that's just a big thumb of oppression down on a whole generation that they think that we don't see. And then when we call them out and we say something about them to them about it, then they feel a type of way because we know, because we understand, because we're not just idly sitting by letting it happen anymore. And we're also not going to let people cheat us out of who we are. Like this whole changing your gender thing. We're not going to let that overtake anything either. It's all that stuff comes together to be one ploy to keep a whole generation down. Because think about it, right? If they can make our generation fight each other, that means we're not fighting for better pay rates. That means we're not fighting for lower costs of our groceries. That means we're not fighting for lower rent costs. That means we're not fighting for better health care. That means we're not fighting for better security. That means we're not fighting for lower prices at the gas pump or inside the grocery store because we're too busy fighting each other. And they set it up that way. Gen X set it up that way. They set us up that way. And how do I know that? Well, look at the parents. How many of these Gen X parents are have had kids that now don't know if they're male or female? How many of those kids are running around out here that were born from Gen Xers into my generation that got rainbow colored hair, that got septum piercings, that got 1.5 million piercings all over their face in their body? Why do you think that is? Who do you think taught them that? Who do you think put that in their mind? Their parents. Exactly. So if you really want to blame somebody for what's going on today in the stock market, in the actual world, and how retailers are working, look at the last generation. Go ask your parents because they were there when everything changed. They were in their 20s and 30s when everything changed. They were there in 2008. They were the ones that were supposed to be running the government in 2008. You see what I'm saying? They were the mainstay. Like right now, our generation is the mainstay in the government, right? We are the the mass majority, right? 20 to 30-year-olds, or late 20s, like mid 20s to early 30-year-olds. We're like the mass majority inside the United States right now. I mean, look in the gaming community. I mean, look in the work community. Look in your workplace. You ain't gonna see a lot of people over the age of 40. And if you do, they're sitting at those top spots in the company and they don't want to retire because they know that we'll do a better job. It's that simple. Gen Xers don't want to retire because they know that we're better at it. And then when we consistently prove it, when they're not at work, when they're on vacations, we consistently prove it time and time and time again that we can do it better. And we have been doing it better for the last 10 years, at least. When Gen X is not around, we do better. When they're not in those high positions, the business is better. The corporation is better in most cases. Now, in a couple cases, the corporation went sideways, like Walmart. When old man died and his kids took over, they screwed Walmart up. Walmart went from being affordable to non-affordable now, and they don't see that. All they care about is how much money they have in their pocket. They don't care how much stuff costs in Walmart. They're going to raise how much they pay their employees. And obviously, by raising how much they pay their employees, the cost of literally everything in Walmart goes up. And they think we don't notice that somehow. Like other generations think that we just don't see that. Like they think we're oblivious. Like I had a Gen Xer come up to me the other day and tell me, "Did you know that by paying more?" And I said, "Stop right there." I said, "Did you know that by paying more to employees, the price of everything else goes up in the store?" Is that what you was about to say? And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Why the fuck did you think I wouldn't know that when I've been living it?" We're not stupid. Stop treating us like we're stupid. Millennials are not stupid. We're just not. We're smarter than you realize, and we're probably smarter than you, Gen X. As a generation, we're smarter than you. We're faster than you. We're better at technology. We're better at creation. We're better at managing. Those of us that were taught how to do this at a young age are a lot better off. I mean, you see, look at how many 20 and 30-year-old moguls we have running around in the United States that are millionaires because they were taught at a young age how to manage money, how everything works in the system, how to pay their taxes, how to set it up, how to do all these different things, how to set up a different account that just takes like a few dollars out of your check, puts it into another account that then grows over time. I learned about all this stuff at 30 years old. Nobody taught me before then. Nobody said anything about it before then. Nobody tried to let me manage my own money. I didn't even have a wallet until I was 19. Why? Because I didn't need one. I didn't have no money. I didn't have a job. And then they tried to keep me from getting a job. They told me I shouldn't need a job. I shouldn't get a job. I should just chill. You don't need to go to work, Chris. No, yes, I did need to go to work back then. And I wish I had started working at a very young age. Because if I had started working when I was 18, then I would have been able to outright just buy my car with cash. I wouldn't have had to put payments on it. And now, since that didn't happen and I was lied to, well, now I'm still paying this same $14,000 car off 7 years later. All because I wasn't told way back when that I should have had a job, that I should have been working. And nobody questioned it. They just let it be. And that's the irritating part. They just let it be. They didn't care. realistically, you could see it. They didn't care if I got a head jump on anything. They didn't care if I learned anything. They didn't care if I was learning anything. I sat out of school for a year and a half. I didn't learn nothing. And then every time I asked about why I shouldn't get a job, I was given a different excuse as to why I shouldn't get a job. Oh, well, you got SSI. And I said, oh, stop right there. I don't want to live off the fucking government. I don't want to live off SSI. I can't live off SSI. No one can that can get a job. And the ones that do live off SSI, it's because they got a really good lawyer to argue for them. Y'all ain't get me no lawyer. Even though I have cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and scoliosis, and I can't feel the right side of my body, y'all don't give a damn. $700 a month is not going to do it. That's going to pay what? One bill? And then the rest of the month, what? That's going to what? What's that? Was that the mortgage? The lot rent? One bill. And then the rest of the month, what am I supposed to do? Because I can't have a job getting funded by the government. So what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to pay my other bills besides do illegal shit? And that's what I wasn't gonna do. And that's how the government gets you. They tell you, or they tell our parents that because you have a disabled child, they're going to pay them every month for the foreseeable future. But what they don't tell them is how much they're going to get paid, which is a big factor, huge factor, obviously. And then they don't tell them, or excuse me, the parents don't think that, oh, well, if my kid can still get a job, they should get a job and not try to live off the government. We got a whole generation that think it's okay to live off of food stamps and EBT and money from the government and have as many kids as you can. So one of them will have a disability, so you can get a check for that disability to pay your bills, so you don't have to work. So then you got extra money left over from the kids. You got a whole generation of parents telling their kids not to get a job. You got a whole generation telling their kids that are already in poverty, that are already in the ghettos, that are telling their kids, have a bunch of kids, and then put them on child support. Apply for Section 8, and you're good. That's what they're telling these kids, these young females. Because they're not telling the dudes this. They're telling the boys to get out and go and find a job. But they're telling these young females to do what I just said. Have a bunch of kids, Section 8, child support. And that's fucked up. Why would you do that? Why would you mess up a whole generation over a policy that wasn't even meant for you? Which is why I was so happy to see that policy come into play when Trump did what he did. That's why I was happy to see that. That's why I like that policy, that food stamp policy, the SSI policy, the Section 8 policy. That's why I like that. You can only be there for a certain amount of time, and then you got to get the fuck out. I like that policy. That's a really good policy. And that's something that should have been implemented 20 years ago. If it was implemented 20 years ago, as a country, we'd probably have a lot higher GDP. As a country, our school curriculums will be stronger because everybody will be more entwined and more engaged and more willing to be engageful and impactful in their kids' lives instead of just sitting around eating food, watching TV on their 65-inch flat screen TV while four other kids are sitting in the other room watching baby dumps or whatever it's called, or whatever that Coco Melon or whatever it's called. while you sit back there and eat chips. Got no job, got no car, got no credit, nothing. And then they expect us to come along as guys and just accept all the other kids from multiple other dudes and be okay with it for paying all of them, paying for all of them. No, I'm not about to put myself in a situation where I gotta pay for somebody else's kids because they didn't want to show up to do their job. It's not my fault. That sounds like a your issue that you put yourself in, so you need to figure it out. Ain't nobody tell you you had to have 4 kids. Ain't nobody tell you to have 5 kids. Ain't nobody tell you to lay down, open your legs for a whole bunch of dudes. Ain't nobody tell you to do none of that. You chose to do that. Now take responsibility for what you chose. Simple. And here's another thing. And if there was a young lady out there that got raped, here's what I think should happen. If she chooses to keep the kid, because she should have that choice. If she was raped, she should have the choice to keep the kid or not. She shouldn't be forced to have the kid. And the second thing is, if she chooses to have the kid, she should be able to DNA test whoever she wants, or have the police do an investigation to find out who the father is, and then put him on child support automatically, without him going to court, him getting put on child support, or him going to court and him going to prison. One or the other. But we can't keep living and acting like rape isn't a real thing. Like that doesn't happen. Like that just does not happen. It does. And it happens to girls and guys. For all the ladies out there that just don't know or don't want to recognize that this thing can happen. Yeah, girls rape guys too. Y'all ain't know that? Huh? Because they're not sticking something in us. That don't mean it don't count, right? That's how you look at it. Yeah, I know. I know that's how you look at it. 'Cause I know that's how your brain works. Oh, well, it ain't the same. It ain't the same. So it ain't that. No, it is the same. Because it is that. You just don't want it to be the same for some odd reason. I don't really understand why, but for some reason, that's just a point of argument for you that guys can't be raped. And it's just not true. Women do it to guys constantly, all the time. You know what the difference is? It's how we respond to it. We just get our ones. You want to do something stupid? Okay. Well, guess what? Now you get to catch the stupid back. You know what I'm saying? You want to do something stupid? Well, catch this stupid. Doop. That's how guys do that. We're not just gonna stand there and look at you. No, we're gonna get our ones. We don't get ours. You do something stupid to us, and we're gonna find a way to get it back. And we're gonna do something stupid right back to you. The only difference is you can call the police and the police arrest us. But if we call the police and tell them, they just laugh at us. Yeah, that's reality. The police do not take male rape cases very seriously unless it's another male that does it. If a male calls in and says his ex or just some random woman did that to him, they're not going to believe it. And there's been plenty of cases to show that they just straight up ignore it. They don't even attempt to try and solve the case. They don't attempt to try to find the woman. They don't attempt to try and do nothing. They just let it be. They just let it go. like it's not a big deal. But then if it's the other way around, well, then you got a big problem on your case. Then you have a big issue. Then you're probably facing serious jail time. You see what I'm saying here? The double standards in our country is crazy, and it's not getting any better. It's actually getting worse because you have a whole half of a generation of millennials. Well, I ain't gonna say half, but you got like a quarter generation of millennials that are trying to push men out, get rid of men, obfuscate us, take over our jobs, take over our positions, and then whenever we want to stay at home because you don't want to stay at home, then somehow we're weaker because we chose to do the job that you didn't want to do. How are we weaker for doing the job you didn't want to do at home as our partner that got to stay home on a regular basis? Now you got to go out into the real world, be stressed out every single day, come home mad, frustrated, and upset. And now you got to come in and be, hey, honey. And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. You're going to come in and be pissed off. But then if we come in and we're upset because of how the day went, then all of a sudden we're the bad guy. Like we did something wrong. I don't like your work energy. I don't like your work energy. I don't like your work energy. Well, somebody's got to have a fucking job. Somebody's got to bring money into the house. Somebody's got to go to work. Somebody's got to do actual work, not be customer service. That's not actual work. That's just answering a phone and putting in a predetermined calculation that you learned out of a binder. That's not actual work. You didn't do anything. You helped one or two people out throughout the day. That's it. Maybe 10 to 20. Whenever people like me manage 300 to 400 people a day, we have to know where everybody's at inside of a big ass warehouse every single day. And we're over all of them. If something goes wrong, then all of us get blamed. And that's 300 to 400 people. We're not answering the phone for one person at a time. We're not dealing with 10 people in an office space. We're not a receptionist where we deal with literally nothing all day. And I've seen these jobs, obviously. Anytime I go into a doctor's office, I see it. 3 out of 4 of the people sitting at the front desk are already retired. So why are they there? Hmm? Why aren't there more of us at these jobs? And that's what I was saying before, right? If you already have a job and you're looking for a second job, they will look past you to find that person that doesn't have a job because they know, like I know, that they don't want you to get ahead. No company wants you, the worker, to get ahead. No company wants you, the worker, to live comfortably. They want you to panic. They want you to stay in that constant state of panicking, not knowing if you're going to make enough. They want you to stay that way on purpose so they can control how much they pay you, so they can hopefully control what you see or don't see. Yeah, think about that one. Next time you look at your paycheck, think about that one. Look at how much they're taking out for the taxes. Look at how much they're taking out for all this different stuff. Like healthcare, nobody should have to pay for healthcare that has a job at a Fortune 500 company. Nobody. Why is that? Because everybody's check gets docked and part of their check goes back to the company. Why isn't the company using part of our checks that get docked anyway to go back into the country? Why isn't that money that goes back into the company going into healthcare for us? Why are we paying for health care on top of everything else at a part-time job? That literally kills the whole point of being a part-time job. If you have to pay for all your own health care and stuff and benefits and everything. Now, if you're working full-time, I can see that. I can see that working full-time. It makes sense because you're making a lot more. You're working a lot more. It makes sense. It does not make sense for part-time employees to have to pay for all their medical services and coverages and all that stuff because that ends up being $200 to $300 out of your own check every single week. So how are you gonna pay all your bills if half of your check is going into freaking insurances that you're not even gonna use, that you have to pay for? And if you choose not to pay for it, you know what the company does? It automatically signs you up for everything instead of signing you up for nothing. Because I've tried it. I've tried taking everything off my insurance list. You know what happened? The very next day, it reset itself, and added everything to my insurance list. And I took it off again. And then I messaged my boss and showed him, and he was like, "What in the world is going on here? Why does it keep doing that?" I was like, "Here, you try it. Here, you try to take away these bogus insurances that I don't need or I don't want because I'm trying to make sure I got enough to pay what I need to pay. Here, you go ahead and take those away and see what happens." And he did. And the very next day, we logged in again, and guess what? All of them were back. And then I got an email from corporate saying, "Why are you trying to get rid of all your insurances?" And I replied with, "I got bills." Put it simply, I got bills. They didn't like that response. Their response to that is, "Well, you got to pay something." No, I don't. I don't owe this company anything. I've already paid my debt to this company by coming in here every single day and doing what I do for 6 to 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's not even part time, by the way. I work full time, but I'm labeled as part time. Make that make sense. Why would you have people work full time but have them labeled as part time? Let me tell you why. Because they know, and they don't know, we know that with that full time tag comes a full time money paycheck that they have to reach. Because we know that they don't know that we know that at $80,000, you're working full time. That's what that equates to. $70,000 is full time. Even $60,000 in some cases is full time. But that's a lot more than what we're making. And so now we're just stuck in the struggle bus. And they can't figure out why we know what we know. Because we sat down and took the time to figure it out. Nobody told us. We sat down and took the time to figure it out on our own because y'all wouldn't tell us. Because y'all set up a program in a situation that tried to make sure that we couldn't pay our bills. So we either had an option. We had two options. We can either stay and get further and further behind on our bills and get further and further in debt, like y'all want, or we could leave and go do something else, which also is what you want. Because when we leave, then y'all can start somebody else at a way lower pay threshold than what we're at. And we're not stupid. We know this. It's just not going to work because we're not going to let it happen. Like Gen X really think that we're dumb. They really think we're dumb. Like we don't know what's going on. Like we don't know how these structures work. Like we can't look at a situation and we can't decipher what's going on from level to level. Yes, we can. Like we don't understand why a business would downsize itself. You know why businesses downsize themselves? Because the person at the very top wants more money. Those people at the very top want more money. You know why they want more money? Because they've already changed the prices of everything else on ground level. So everything gets more expensive and that narrows their margin. Granted, that doesn't mean that they're losing money now, but they're still able to pay all their bills on all their stuff and have plenty of money left over to go to the beach or on cruises or whatever that they choose, all because of who they know, not how good they are at their job. I want to make that clear. In all these Fortune 500 companies, it's not how good you are at your job, but who you know at your job. That's how you get a leg up. And that's the saddest part. It's fucking sad, Gen X. That is terrible. That is absolutely horrid. And it makes all of us hate y'all. But y'all can't figure out why we hate you, Gen X. Because y'all keep pulling this shit. And then acting like we don't know what's going on. When we sitting right there looking at you and we know exactly what's going on. Because we can decipher. That's what we've learned over the time. Just being around y'all. We learned how to decipher what you say for what you really mean. So we're not stupid. We were never stupid. We just wanted you to think we were stupid. So then when we catch you in a lie, then you got nothing to say. But damn, they got us. That's just how it rolls. And that's how the cookie crumbles. And that's real life. Yeah, man. That's real life. Ain't nobody cared. Ain't nobody in Gen X care about what we're up to. We have to care about what Gen X is doing, and we have to care about what Gen Z is doing down here as well. We have to care about what these little 20-year-olds are doing, as well as what our own kids are doing, as well as what our parents are doing, because for whatever reason, our parents feel like they can just retort back to being fucking teenagers and 20-year-olds at 50, 60 years old instead of setting an example. This makes you think, right? If they'll do this now, what do you think it was like for us growing up? We didn't have examples growing up. Exactly. You want to wonder why our generation is the way it is? It's because of Gen X. They didn't parent us. They still wanted to be single and free. So they did everything they wanted to do. We didn't get to do shit. You know how many times I've been to Disneyland or Disney World? Zero. You know how many times I've been to a ski resort? Two times. And this was back when everything was cheap. Cruises were $500. A ski resort trip, I looked it up. Back then was $250 for a whole weekend for a family. I looked it up. Cruises $623 in total. And that comes with a window and a balcony on the ship. I looked it up. I know how much this stuff cost. It was way cheaper than it is now. For that same room and that same weekend at the snow resort, ski resort, over $1,000 today. That's why Gen X don't go on vacations like they used to. You notice that? They make more money than they ever made before, but they go on less vacations than they ever have before too. There's a reason, and now you know. Things didn't work out the way they wanted it to. They didn't screw us over as badly as they wanted to, but they did a pretty good job. It's so funny because then they want to call us crazy, call us all these different names just for being right because they didn't want to do what they needed to do as a generation to set up the next generation for success. It's sad. It's so sad. And I hate it for them. I hate it for them because somebody allowed them to do that at 20 and 25 years old. Because I can go back right now and look at uh, Greensboro in the 90s and the early 2000s. I seen what happened. I seen what Gen X was doing. Y'all thought we was nasty? Y'all thought we was nasty? Y'all think Cardi B is nasty? Y'all think those girls is nasty because they rapping about their pussy? No. Gen Xers are crazy. Okay? They literally got famous for a giant party they had, a giant sex party they had out in the middle of the streets of California in the 90s. It was a giant, like, Burning Man type situation, but it was a giant orgy essentially. Everybody was having sex with each other on the streets. I've seen they made a documentary about it. A matter of fact, they made a documentary about it. They filmed it. They recorded it. You can go back and watch this stuff now. They had no rules back then. They did whatever they wanted. But then they try and put us on the spot for things like OnlyFans because we want to make money, you know. They try to tell us we're living wrong because we don't want to be Christians. But y'all call that being Christians? When y'all out there sexing on the streets, literally in front of a camera, girls gone wild is a thing, you know? But we're the freaks, right? We're the wrong ones. Okay, sure. That's how Gen X thinks. You see what I'm saying? They think they can never do no wrong, but we can, you know? That's how their brain works. That's how whoever it is that influenced Gen X messed them up. And then they try to blame us for how they were. Like we didn't learn it from them. Like we didn't see them do it. What do you think we got the idea to do it? Dumbasses. Come on. Like this whole thing with cross dressing and all this kind of thing. That all started in the 90s, in the 80s. Who came from the 80s and the 90s? Gen X. So if y'all wonder where this whole trans union thing came from and cross dressing and girls going into guys' bathrooms and guys going into girls' bathrooms came from, it was Gen X. It didn't start with our generation. It wasn't millennials that started that. It was Gen X and their mindset, the way they think. And then they raised some of millennials to be that way. And now it's causing all kinds of social issues and problems. Yeah, that stuff didn't just drop out of thin air, guys and girls. You know, that kind of thing doesn't drop out of thin air. Like, we don't just come up with that on our own. Somebody has to teach that kind of rhetoric. Kind of like Nazism. You have to be taught Nazism to understand it, you know? And it's the same thing with yeah, with that. They had to be taught that stuff. You had to be taught how to be gay. You had to be taught how to be a trans personality. You had to be taught what the LGBTQ was. I had no idea what that was. I didn't even know that was a thing until like 3 years ago. I didn't want to know that it was a thing because I didn't want any of my peoples to be walking around here sick in the head. But unfortunately, that's just what happened. That's just how it went. No matter what we do, no matter what we say, where we go, or who we are, they will still look at us as a whole generation together. So when one part of us, our generation messes up, then it makes all of us look like we messed up. When in reality, it's not true at all. So just keep that in mind. Mm, 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 mm. Got so many training items I can't use. Five of these for what? Come on. I guess I use a race cleat here. Oh man. Man, I always give myself double corners. Why do I do that? Anyways, well, never mind. Never mind. I give myself double corners in miles and not miles. I give myself double corners in mediums and longs for obvious reason. But sometimes I do it. Sometimes I do it by accident. I ain't gonna lie. But that was on purpose for sure. I wanted a medium skill and a pace chaser. Where's my? Why don't where is medium straightaways at? Where my medium straightaways come? That's what I was scrolling for earlier was medium straightaway, and it just wasn't here yet, and it still ain't. Okay, so should I go home stretch haste, or should I just start? Let's get these three. Well, I'm definitely gonna get these two, so that's gonna eat up a lot of my points. And I don't think um, I have any green skills that are useful other than spring runner. Yeah, so spring runner. I can get spring runner now, actually. Um, let me go ahead and get it. I could also get target in sight, and all target in sight does is just whoever is rated as the favorite in the race doesn't mean they're going to win by any stretch of the imagination. Because I went up against in the last CM, I went up against a lot of UGs, and I beat a lot of UGs with S pluses or double S's, not double S pluses, just double S's. That's when I realized, right, the gap between A plus and S plus is a lot larger than the gap between SS and UG. It's really, it's really close, actually. I just can't pull it off because I don't have the deck to pull it off. That's all that is. If I had the deck, I'd be able to make a UG, no problem. My goal hasn't been to make a UG because because if I wanted to make a UG, I could just run a straight guts build deck and easily make it. You know what I mean? Like I have a lot of guts cards, SSR and otherwise. I just don't like to make guts built decks. Like I made one for what? I made one for the sprint CM in Bakushin because I wanted to see how that would work. Didn't work very well. Like Bakushin would get to the front, right? She'd get to the front on the final turn, and then she would start dying. And that's because even though her guts was high, power was a little bit lower, speed was maxed out, and wit was a lot lower. So that's what I've learned. Wit be a lot lower. Like I think her wit was like 700, but she was S. She was my first S plus though. She was my first S plus, and that's what I was saying a few minutes ago about UGs are only just like stats, right? It's just to show you have a UG with guts build. But if you can build a UG and it's not a guts build, oh, I'm worried. Oh, I'm worried about you. You know, because you built it correctly. I'm not worried about somebody that builds a UG deck or builds a UG character that uses just guts cards. I don't care because I'm going to beat you with my SSs. And then you're going to be like, man, I thought this UG would be better. Why does my UG keep losing? Huh, I can't figure this out. And I remember, right, a few months ago, everybody was like, oh, Guts is meta. Guts is going to be meta. Guts is going to be meta. Okay. Yeah. We'll see how that turned out. Because it's gonna be meta. Right. Okay. I don't care what your rank is for your team. I don't care how many UGs you got. I want to race those UGs and actually see if they can win. Because that's all that matters. Do they win? If they don't win, then what's the point? Unless you intend on selling your profile to somebody else, which Side Games is trying to cut down on because obviously people are already doing that and they shouldn't be. Some people will do anything for money, which I can understand, you know what I'm saying, building profiles and, for other people. I can understand that, especially if it's somebody that wants to get into the game but don't want to start all over from scratch. They can pay a credit. I mean, I've had people offer me $500 for my account for this account that I'm running right now. Before it had Kitasan, before it had uh her, before it had the king over here, before it had any of these cards, people were offering me $500 for it on chat, like on stream. And I'm like, they were in private chatting me. Oh, hey, bro, you want to sell? You want to sell me that profile? I'll give you $500 for it. Nope. I could have used the $500. It would have been helpful, but I didn't want to start all over. And I personally built this profile not to sell. Now, if I choose one day that I just don't want to play this game anymore, which I don't see happening because this game is too fun. If I just choose one day I don't want to play it, then I'll sell it. Sure. But I'm not going to sell it while I still play it. I'm not going to sell it while it's still under a year old. That'd be dumb. And I know what some people are doing, right? I know some people are selling their profiles for whatever amount of money so they can go, okay, the new cards came out with new abilities and all this stuff. Well, I'm gonna take all that money I just got and I'm gonna pour it into a new account for content so I can get people watching me do pulls, and all this kind of stuff. Mm-mm. New, new. Am I still charging up? Nope. No, it's there. Wait, I don't want that. Try again. It's the last training, so I'm just trying to get anything viable for speed right now. You see what it's doing? It doesn't want to give me the speed that I want. It doesn't want to give me that speed yet. Watch this. It'll give me nothing right here. Watch. But I'm gonna try it anyway, just in case. Oh, it gave me power, but again, it didn't give me what I wanted. I need speed. Look at my speed cards. I got 3 of them. Not a single one of them in 5 rotations went to speed. Oh. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's over here with the president.
last year, I never heard anything about it in the past. It was almost like taboo. It's not taboo anymore. Right?
And there was nothing of science neither. And I think that's where the evidence speaks for itself. And ultimately, that's why I say I was one of those doctors that didn't believe in it. So we do data in order to change our perspective and to do things better.
I was last year.
And Bakushin up there. Run, Bakushin, run. Look at Bakushin leading the pack. That's oh, there's Silent Suzuka.
So, as you see, and you know, a lot of the people behind me are tremendous professionals, medical professionals, most, and some military like Marcus and great military professionals, real hero. And I'm pleased to announce historic reforms to dramatically accelerate access to new medical research and treatments based on psychedelic drugs. Many cases, experimental treatments have shown life-changing potential for those suffering from severe mental illness and depression, including our cherished veterans. Our veterans having a tremendous hard time. We know the suicide rate will have it down a little bit, but they have a hard time.
They said 7 links, but from gate 10. Dang, I still didn't hit 1 million on the fan base. I'm trying to get one character to hit 1 million fans. Oh, dang it. Okay. 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 That's not bad though. And she got medium corners and up tempo and shrewd step with 2-star to everything up here. That's not bad. That's a good parent.
Joe Rogan was a fantastic person. We did an interview before the election. We had over 300 million people. And I said, oh man, I hope Kamala doesn't do it. And she did. She wanted to do it. Someday Joseph explained why.
Prefer to ride with a woman behind the wheel? Women preferences in the Uber app lets women request to ride with a woman driver. That's safety simplified. Uber.
Ranch your skin in vanilla paradise with Albert's touch and vanilla. How to pour the triple pack. Step 1, make $5. Step 2, pour $5 for life bites.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Quickstream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. All the algorithms love streams and engagement, rewarding you with even more views. While you, sure that works, upload it.
I can tell you why. Along with many other veterans, she didn't want to. With many other veterans, and I just want to thank the people behind me are outstanding. It's an amazing group. The executive order I'm signing, we're actually signing the executive order today. It's in a moment, it directs the FDA to expedite their review of certain psychedelics already designated as breakthrough therapy drugs. They're very much being discussed. And it's one of the hottest things I think you're talking about. I mean, if these turn out to be as good as people are saying, it's going to have a tremendous impact on this country and other countries. These treatments are currently in the advanced stages of clinical trials to ensure that they're both safe and effective for the American patients. And the nice part is we're actually doing this early, but it has been going on. Research has been going on for quite some time. But usually with things like this, nothing ever happens, no matter how the research ends up. We're changing that. This order will clear away unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, improve data sharing among the FDA and the Department of Veterans Affairs, and facilitate fast rescheduling of any psychedelic drugs that become FDA approved. Many of them will go very quickly. I have to say the most favored nations pricing that we established, that I established, has been knocking the cost of drugs down by 50, 60, 70, 80%. And I also want to thank you and Bob for the great job you've done. It's incredible. And the press refuses to write about it. I think it's probably as big as what we're talking about today. Drug costs are going down. And by the way, Trump RX, which is where you go, get your very low cost drugs. But when you think, in my first term, for 28 years, drug prices went up, and I got it down 1/4 or 1/8%. I was so proud of myself. It's the only one that 28 years got it down. And I had a news conference to explain how great I was. I said, I'm the greatest there ever was. I got it down 1/8%. Okay, I was very proud because it only went up. In 28 years, it went up. Now I got it down. And now I got it down 50%, 60%, 70%. What is that? So now I am. But nobody wants to write about it. It doesn't matter because the people have found out of that. And we're the highest, we were the highest in the world by far. Sometimes would be 10 times higher than other countries. You buy a drug, I call it a fat pill or a fat drug. You buy it in London, you buy it for $10 for a pill, let's say, or a pill generally, but actually to be specific, London, $87, New York, $1,300. I said, how can that be possible? How can it be possible? $87. And actually, a friend of mine called me up and he said, he's a very rich guy. And he happens to be on this Ozempic, I guess, at the time. And it was not working, by the way. Okay, it's extremely successful, but highly neurotic. A lot of problems. I will not mention his name. He's begging me not to mention it because he's become quite famous. He's a big factor. But he's very smart, very rich guy, very, very successful guy. The president used to call me Daddy. I thought the president Sanario respect. He said, I'm in London. I looked this number, $87. In New York, I paid $1,500. What's going on? I said, well, that's the way it is. We pay the highest prices in the world. And it sort of hit me that how ridiculous it is. Made, by the way, check it. You had a whole big research done on it. Made it the same factory, same place, and everything was the same except the price. And now we are the lowest price. We are tied. In other words, whatever the lowest price in the world is, that's the price we pay. That's a tremendous difference. So we'll be paying. They go up a little bit. So the 87 will go like to 120, and we'll go down from 1,300 to 120. So we'll have these massive price cuts, and they've already started. And I think it's one of the biggest things. But unfortunately, the press doesn't like to talk about it. But because if I were a Democrat, it would be the headlines all over the place. But so I do that. That's why I like live television. It's great because you can't do any cutting. But we're so honored by that, and that's going to have a huge impact on this also. Because the pricing not only is it important, but the pricing is, and you're going to get the rescheduling done, right? So you get the rescheduling done, please. They're slow walking me and rescheduling. Okay, you're gonna get it done, right? A 2024 study from Stanford University, 30 special operation veterans with traumatic brain injuries underwent, it's called ibogaine treatment. Ibogaine. Remember the name? Is that pronounced relatively properly? What you said? I don't want to get it wrong. Ibogaine is so important and experienced an 80 to 90% reduction in symptoms of depression and anxiety within 1 month. Can I have some, please? Like I That works for me. That's what I do. In Texas, Republican leaders have already committed $50 million to ibogaine research. And today, the federal government is making a $50 million research investment in its own. And so that was just approved just last night. We're also opening a pathway for ibogaine to be administered to desperately ill patients under the right to try law. That's a law that I started and I got right to try. I'm very proud of that. It was done in my first term. And I used to marvel at the fact that people that were terminally ill could not get drugs. They're terminally ill. They're going to die. And the FDA, right, Marty? Okay? The FDA was protecting them from dying, but they're going to die. And so we have these incredible drugs that they may work and they may not work, but we wouldn't let anybody get them because they will badly help these people who are going to die. And it never made sense to me. So one of the first things I did early in my career, and it was very tough to get, actually, hard to believe. It was very tough with doctors, but they came through the tough with things came through. And we have something called right to try, and we've saved thousands and thousands of lives. That's if you're terminally ill or very ill, and there is a new drug that is not available because it's going through the process of the FDA, and Marty's cut that process down by 50%. We're down, it used to take 12. And now we have it down to 5 or 6 years. And it's one of the most important things that you can do. But if you're terminally ill and there's a new drug that may work or may not work, and it hasn't been approved yet, you sign a document and you're not going to hold the company liable, you're not going to hold the drug companies or insurance companies or anybody liable, and you have the right to try. And what it's done, and nobody wanted it, the insurance companies had it, even the doctors who wrote them because they didn't want to see it. But I took all of the liability. You sign it document, you're not going to sue the doctor, you're not going to sue the hospital, you're not going to sue anybody that's looking in the country. And everybody signs it like a meeting. And we have tens of thousands of people on this, and we've saved thousands and thousands of lives. And what it has done, we never thought of it so much as, but what it has done is, in some cases, these drugs are working so good. It literally cures people that were terminally ill. But it's one of the things I'm proud of a lot of things we've done, but that's one of the things we're most proud of, right to try. But I've always believed in ensuring that the American patients have access to breakthrough treatments and therapies. Love for our veterans, and I have a real love for our veterans. It's incredible what they've done. And care for American patients. Today's order will ensure that people suffering from debilitating symptoms might finally have a chance to reclaim their lives and lead a happier life. Lead a happier life. They've been through so much. So I'd like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, followed by Commissioner McCary, Marcus, Patrell, Joe Rogan, and anybody in the group who would like to speak. You're tremendous people. I know many of you are. You're really highly respected people. And the Latrell family is well represented, but I don't mind having both of those say a few words. Okay, great people. And so, Bobby, you want to start it off? Please.
Thanks, Mr. Very much. Good morning, and thanks to the leadership of President Trump for making this historic day possible. Under the executive order, HHS will accelerate research, approval, and access to new mental health treatments, including psychedelic therapies such as ibogaine. We're taking this decisive step to fund one of the most urgent public health challenges facing our nation, the mental health crisis. More than 14 million Americans live with serious mental illness, and 1 in 4 adults experiences a diagnosable disorder each year. Suicide has been reduced by more than 30% over the past 2 decades, with another peak in recent years. Among veterans, more than 6,000 died by suicide each year since 2001. We have lost far more veterans to suicide than into combat. At the same time, millions of Americans living with depression, PTSD, addiction, and other conditions do not respond to existing treatments. We owe it to our war fighters and veterans to turn over every stone to alleviate the emotional and mental health blowback from their deployments. It's disturbing to me and to the President that hundreds, in fact thousands of veterans are having to travel to Mexico or other countries to experiment with interventions that hold great promise, but for which our knowledge is still insufficient. This executive order will remove legal impediments that block American researchers, scientists, physicians, clinicians from properly studying these medicines, and where appropriate, establishing protocols for their safe therapeutic use. We're directing the FDA to prioritize therapies that have received breakthrough therapy designation, treatments that early evidence suggests may improve what we have today. We're expanding the use right to try so that eligible patients with treatment-resistant conditions can access these therapies under medical supervision. We're also coordinating with the DEA and the Department of Justice to begin rescheduling reviews after successful phase 3 trials. And the FDA determines the therapy is safe and effective. Patients should not face avoidable delays in access. And at the same time, HHS will work with states, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and other federal partners to strengthen research and share clinical data. We'll use that data to support faster and evidence-based decisions. Through RAH, HHS will allocate, as the President says, at least $50 million from existing funds to partner with states that are advancing these therapies. We will support those efforts with funding, technical assistance, and data sharing consistent with applicable law. Researchers at Johns Hopkins, Stanford, and Harvard, and other leading institutions have reported meaningful and, in some cases, extraordinary clinical improvements. If these results continue, these therapies can offer longer-lasting relief, not just symptom management, and reduce economic burden of mental illness, which costs this country hundreds of billions of dollars every year. This policy creates a strict, science-based pathway for FDA approval and controlled medical use. The bottom line is progress in mental health treatment does not match the scale of the problem. I want to thank Joe Rogan for helping bring national attention to innovative, potentially life-saving treatments for veterans and others living with mental illness, and for pushing this conversation into the mainstream. I also want to thank Representative Morgan Luttrell of Texas and former Navy SEAL Marcus Luttrell for their leadership on this issue. I also want to thank the CEO of Americans for Life, Brian Hubbard, and the organization's ambassador for Navy SEAL, Henry Berkowitz, and former SEAL Team 6, Rob O'Neill. I want to thank a couple of people for getting this record done across the finish line, Kelly Mays and Dr. Heidi Overton. Thank you, Heidi, for your leadership, your attention to detail is often frustrating. I'm always right, so thank you, and thank you above all, Mr. President. Thank you.
You're fantastic. Bobby's really been an amazing, it's a big deal. And I want to thank you. You worked so hard. I should thank everybody out here. And I just want to thank you. Good job. And he's somewhat outside of the box. Would you say? And then we need outside of the box a little bit, right? You say Marshall, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President. And next week, the FDA will issue 3 national priority vouchers for serotonin 2A agonists, also known as psychedelics. Under this new program, in this administration, drugs can get approved in weeks, not a year or a year plus, but in weeks, if they are in line with our national priorities. We have 18 vouchers in the program. We'll be adding 3 more next week.
this is an unmet public health need, and there are potentially promising treatments. That's why there's a sense of urgency around this. That's why we're doing it now. The applications are about to come in, so this is the natural, perfect timing for this announcement. For many men and women, they have been fighting battles on this battlefield, but even after the wars are over, those battles continue in their mind. Now, there are a lot of medications in medicine where we don't know exactly how it works, but we see profound results. If we actually listen to those who experience the therapeutic value, we can learn as a medical field. We just have to listen. The stories of those individuals with dramatic results, that is data. That is scientific data, even from a single individual. We also have randomized controlled trials. And we have to do that because we need to be able to say that there's good support when we recommend these therapeutics. If you look at those trials, there's a 30 to 40% remission rate for conditions like PTSD. Otherwise, we get nothing. We get almost nothing for these conditions. And today, the FDA is also announcing the first Ibogaine investigational new drug clearance. This will pave the way for the first and ever human trials in the United States. To be clear, the FDA will also have criteria and circumstances that have to be used to administer these drugs. These drugs can have side effects, and so it's not like you go to the pharmacy and pick it up. It's like medications that are administered in an ICU or an operating room. There are criteria for doing it in a controlled setting.
Sparkle costs less and is just right for everyday lessons.
Thousands of wins every day. What will you do with your win? Here's to the go-getters. Well, it's not just the ones in the gym.
Finally, given the urgency of today's mental health crisis, I just want to
Plastic has more energy in it than the fuel that we have in this world. If we can turn this into a valuable item that we know is so valuable because we go to war and kill each other over it, now
You're thinking like, let me change the world.
nobody had made a solar microwave pyrolysis reactor anywhere. I built this, I know it works, but why is this not adopted in the world? And then my phone is completely hacked. And they had complete access to my phone, trying to figure out like, is this a physical threat? Is my life at risk? Is my family's life at risk? And then I felt these really deep vibrations. Then my whole body was a helicopter flying over, and the spotlight was literally shining directly into the windshield of my van. I was getting ready to just drive off that night because I'm like, what is going on? Nations, governments to do this. That was a team, and that was an expensive attack. They did look like a kidnapping situation. I'll keep it real.
The plastic issue here is pandemic, so we thank you. That's why I said we gotta make sure you say that all times.
My diesel makes more power than diesel from the pump, makes less smoke, it burns cleaner. Coca-Cola did not patent the Coca-Cola formula. Why? Because if they patented the formula, everybody would know it. The key is being first to market.
You writing a book telling people how to do what you did, yeah, but you're not gonna put everything in it. You got the trade secrets.
When I read that book, I want to tell people how to build a machine, and that means everything.
All right, guys, welcome back. EYL. This is the futuristic version. For sure. We're in 2030. Oh, everything. For sure. So we got a very, 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 very special guest. The good brother Julian Alexander Brown. We actually met at InvestFest last year. It was a surprise. I didn't know he was going to be there. We signed the books in the marketplace and turned around. That's one of the beauties of InvestFest. You never know who's going to be there. Turned around. He was there and we just dropped it up. And then I believe he came to the VIP night after that. It was around for the weekend. So if you're not familiar with Julian, he's the gentleman. He's been going viral on social media for turning plastic to pretty much gasoline that can be used for cars for cars to run on. Mm-hmm. Which we talk about, especially now. It's time with everything that's been going on in the Middle East, Iran, the price of oil, the price of gas, and it's always been an issue, but it's becoming even more of an issue. People not being able to travel because the price of gas is so high, and
so much discomfort that comes from that, and from an environmental standpoint as well. Environmental impact that so many gas emissions have on the environment. Obviously, that's been talked about for a long period of time. So we talk about STEM a lot in our community: science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and this really encompasses all of that. So, talking to an entrepreneur, but an inventor, somebody that's a pioneer in the space, somebody that's a scientific genius. So we got a lot to talk about. So first of all, thank you for joining us, brother. Appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me here. The first time we met, I turned around to you here. I said, look, before we even said hello, I said, we got to protect you at all costs. And I feel even stronger because of the mission that you're on. Your brilliance and your innovation is something that's revolutionary. So I'm happy you're here. I'm happy that you're here safe, and we're going to make sure that you stay that way. Hey, I appreciate that. Amen. Thank you. So where did it start? Can you walk us through the journey? I caught up with you on social media. I'm sure everybody else did a couple years ago. I think you're like over 1 million followers, right? When I was in InvestFest last year, I think I was at about 2 million. Right now, what are you? Collectively, like 7. 7 million followers. So, but where does it start? Like, how do you actually get into science? How do you get into having this idea? Like, what's the journey from growing up to getting here? So I was born in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and then I moved down to Georgia when I was about 5 years old. And I've been in Georgia ever since, in the suburbs just outside of Atlanta. Now, my entire life, I always been a kinesthetic person. I'd be building with Lego blocks, using my mind to take things apart. And I always kind of had a calling that I was going to do something deeper for the world. Like when I was 4 years old, I told my mom, I'm going to build something that's going to change the world. And then what? I just told her that. She never forgot those words. But for most of my life, up until 10th grade, I didn't really have anything particular that I was doing outside of typical hobbies, like I was in karate and stuff. Anyway, 10th grade, my environmental science class, they played us a clip of the ocean and the plastic problem. And they talked about how they don't recycle plastic, the oceans are horrible, all this and all that. And in my head, I was thinking, well, I'm not contributing to the ocean plastic because since 5th grade, I have been encouraging my parents to pay for recycling. So I'm like, okay, that's only the people that aren't recycling. They're contributing to that. And then at the end of this documentary, they said, oh, by the way, less than 1% of plastic actually gets recycled. So even if you throw it in the recycle bin, it still ended up in the ocean anyway. Oh, so explain that. Yeah, I'm recycled. I recycle all the time too. You said less than 1% of the plastic that gets recycled ends up. So if you throw 100 water bottles in a recycle bin, you're lucky if one gets recycled. Where did the 99 go? Landfill or ocean? Why? Because the very issue is in how we do recycling currently. So current plastic recycling is called mechanical recycling. We're taking like one water bottle and turning it into another water bottle. The issue is it can't be contaminated. It can't be mixed with too many other type of plastics, and it only works on certain types of plastics. Because of course nobody wants to consume a piece of plastic that is like dirty, right? It's not, it needs to be like new, almost virgin again. And so the issue in that lies in the fact that, let's take, for example, a typical water bottle. It has 3 different types of plastic on it. You have the water bottle body itself, that's polyethyl terephthalate. The wrap is polyethylene that gives the label, and then the cap is polypropylene. That's 3 different types of plastic. And when you're trying to mechanically recycle plastic, you can't just throw that whole water bottle into a machine. But somebody has to individually go in and separate each one of those individual plastics out and put those into their own respective areas. And then, of course, the bottle also has glue on it that, wraps the label on. Now, that glue is an issue because that's contaminating when they're trying to make a fresh new piece of plastic. So you can see it becomes a logistical nightmare really quick. And we're not even talking about things like chip bags, which have plastic on the outside, aluminum liner on the inside, and then grease from whatever, food was in there. Or like condiment containers, like they never really get cleaned out. And so the truth is, they don't really recycle. And when they do actually recycle, here's what happens. You can only recycle like a water bottle or a Coke bottle so many times. It's about 6 or 7 times. And then if the plastic becomes so brittle and weak, the only thing you can do with it at that point is like make a rug out of it. A cheap plastic rug. And that cheap plastic rug Well, eventually that's going to get thrown away. What happens to that? It can't be recycled anymore. It reaches the end of life. So the very issue is in how the system has been set up. It's not a circular system. It's not true recycling. It's almost more of a band-aid. The issue is this. They don't recycle most of plastic. So many people have stories where they're like, I see the recycling truck go to the same place the landfill truck goes to, right? So many people have these stories. The oceans look the way they do. But here's the issue. Recycling is a $1 billion industry. Plastic recycling. Okay, why are they making billions of dollars if they're not actually recycling? Because they've been telling people for years, pay this $30 a month, throw your plastic in the recycling bin, we'll recycle it. But they haven't been recycling it. They've been sending all this plastic to China. And China, I believe it was 2015, well, first of all, they weren't really recycling it themselves because they don't even have environmental standards like that. But then in 2015, I believe China said, no, we're done taking your plastic. But now the recycling companies still had to keep up the lies. And they were really just throwing it away or sending it to other developing nations that would end up just either burning this plastic or throwing it in rivers, which ends up in the ocean.
Mm. Listen, because I saw a few clips over the past couple of years that they were sending it to China, and they were figuring out a way to use that plastic to turn it into energy. I want to just backtrack before we go that far. You're in environmental science. We watched this documentary. What then sparks you to say, all right, I'm going to make the change, I'm going to figure something out? Because most people we all sat in environmental science. Yeah. We just can't wait till we get to phys ed. Like that's next period. Right. You're thinking like, let me change the world. Like, what was the piece? And how receptive are your peers to this idea at the time?
So in that class, that's where the idea sparked. That's where in my mind I started to be like, that is wrong. Like that's not right. I didn't feel comfortable anymore ever since that. But actually, nothing actually came from that moment in 10th grade. Nothing happened until 2 years after that, my senior year. At this point, I was in a welding program in high school. So I had to learn how to weld, put together machines, and then I had an accident happen, or one of my peers actually ended up stabbing me with a knife on my right thumb, and it ended up severing my tendon. So I couldn't use my thumb for months. And then, like I said, I've always been kinesthetic. I was gardening, welding, making jewelry, blah, blah, blah. So that was always an outlet for me. But after not having mobility in my hand, I almost fell into a depression. But I didn't let myself get into that depressive state because instead I kind of was like, okay, I can't build things for once in my life, but I can work on things in my mind. And then that in that space, back to that time of thinking about like what I was passionate about and like what I wanted to do in this world, and then it took me back to that environmental science class because I remember when I saw that documentary, and at the end of it, when they told us they don't recycle, I actually kind of felt doomed because that was the end of the documentary. It wasn't, okay, we don't recycle, but here's what we are doing. Here's the solution. No, that was it. And I'm like, and I remember there were a few of the students in the class at the moment. They were like, that's really messed up. But anyway, being in that place, I went back to that place because, like I said, it never left me. And I'm like, okay, what can I do about this plastic problem? Because clearly, there's not anything being done properly. And so I truly was just coming from a place of like almost looking at it like, if I don't do something, I don't think anything will be done. Because, like I said, 2 years had already passed at that point, and it was still the same issue. In fact, it got worse. They showed us the documentary, it was like 3% or less of plastic gets recycled. By the time I was doing research 2 years later, it dropped down to 1%. Now, it's even below that. So, anyway, it literally was as simple as me just because this is before AI. I just looked up, like, why are they not recycling plastic? All right, well, let's play devil's advocate. Everything I just told you guys about the mechanical recycling, the contamination. So I'm like, okay, but that's not how it's going to work. That's just not the solution, clearly. And so then I looked up, how can we recycle plastic in other ways? And then there was two ways that popped up. It said incineration, like burning it. I'm like, well, that's not a good solution. I mean, we already see that happening. Air pollution's horrible. And then it says pyrolysis. So what is that? Pyrolysis, because mind you,
Pyro.
I was still
Something with fire, melting. I'm guessing something with melting the plastics in the way that it's melted, and the chemicals that's used to make the plastics can be turned into energy. If it's melted down well enough and decontaminated, it can be turned into energy. Even I know that. I just don't know how to do it. I've known that since high school, but I just don't know how to do it. Always been curious. Like I've always wanted to do what he did with plastics, but with tires. You know, I want to figure out how to turn tires into gasoline, like or turn tires into something useful. Breaking down those old tires, because everybody burns through tires, right? Everybody that has a car has tires that get worn out. So what happens to those tires after they're worn out? That's the crux of what I was trying to get to. And I'm still trying to get to it today. Like how do I change these tires? Like how do you break these tires down? What process would you use to break tires down in a fashion that would then be able to allow you to decontaminate it, break it down even more to a molecular level, and then rebuild it, rebuild that molecular structure to produce energy? How do I do that? That's what I've been trying to figure out. I figure if I can figure that out, I won't have to worry about poverty anymore. Either that, or my life will be in danger because, the big corporations, they don't like innovation. They don't like new forms of fuel. They don't like new forms of propulsion, you know? I mean, look at the guy that created the hydro car, right? He created a car that ran off of only water, just water. You just pour it in there, and that buggy took off. No gas, no oil, just water. What happened to that guy, right? Because you think, right? If you could have cars that can run off of water sustainably and efficiently, then why would people pay a lot for gas? Why would people keep paying for gas? So that made me think for a second. It's like, dang, well, if I do this and I create a way to make gasoline or another energy source like electric energy out of trash, like tires, like old tires, right? Then what would these big corpos think? What would they try to do? Would they try to silence me? Would they try to buy me out? Like, what would they do? More likely, I think they would try to buy me out realistically, especially if I was, I'm not going to patent it because if you patent it, then everybody, like he said, everybody will know the secret if you patent it. So, patenting it wouldn't be a good idea. So, the only thing they could either do is silence me or buy me out and then not do anything with the product afterwards. So that's what I've been trying to figure out in my free time while I wait for one of these corporations, these businesses to call me back and be like, "Yeah, we'll hire you. We know you got another job, but we'll hire you." It's so annoying because I can do I like I said, I put in a lot of applications and haven't heard back from anybody. And something nobody told me, right? Until I did it. Something nobody told me is that if you apply too many times at one job, they'll just ignore you. When you want to hire that person that is really interested in that job, doesn't that show that they want that job, they want to be there, they want to stick around? You know what I mean? You would think they would be the ones that they'd go after, but no. They go after the ones that don't want the job, that's just clicking on random jobs and just you know?
That's heating up that container from the outside to then, heat up the plastic on the inside to then break it down. The plastic turns into a petroleum vapor. That vapor then goes through the pipes, and then the pipes cool down the vapor until it becomes a liquid again through condensation. That's called traditional pyrolysis. It's very slow, very inefficient, and you have to burn gas to even do the process. So I'm like, this is not going to work. And then this is where I started to innovate because I thought to myself, what are faster ways of heating up something? Faster ways of breaking down something with heat? Looking around my house, I saw the oven, saw like an air fryer. I'm like, air fryer is fast, but that won't work because you can't have air. I looked at the microwave and I'm like, now that's a fast way of heating things up. And this is all happening. This was my gap. I had a gap year after I graduated because I was telling my parents like, this is what I want to work on. So I was 18 at this point.
Oh yeah, me too. I had that gap year too. Yeah, I graduated early from high school.
Same thing.
I could have skipped a grade earlier, but I didn't want to leave my classmates. So instead of skipping a grade and just go ahead and going, like I could have skipped ninth grade and went straight to 10th grade. But instead of doing that, I wanted to stay with my classmates. So I ended up graduating early. Anyway, like I was gonna graduate early regardless by skipping a grade, but I wanted to walk with my class. Plus, I didn't want my classmates and my friends to feel odd that I was skipping grades and they didn't. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be that one dude because then you're in a grade where everybody you don't know or you had beef with back in the day because they were older and you were younger, or they were in a different grade or whatever. You know how high school can be. Same thing with college, right? Like if you're really smart and you skip grades, by the time you go into college, you're gonna be like 15 and everybody else is gonna be 19. You see what I'm saying? So they're gonna feel a type of way. You're gonna feel a type of way about being there. It's gonna be way more unsettling for you to be in college at 15 than them to be in college at 19. And you're gonna be intimidated because they're 19. Most guys by 19, most guys got the whole beard going on, the mustache. They done got that testosterone pumping, so they done got swole up, especially if they're playing sports, like college kids usually do. And a lot of these guys are big, and you don't want to be 15 and a little nerd around a whole bunch of guys pumped up on testosterone, uh, and whatever else that they're injecting into themselves to get a competitive advantage to try and go pro. You don't want to be around those guys. And I knew a lot of those guys. This is how I knew they was on something because they would have a lot of acne, a lot of neck acne, a lot of face acne, like a lot of chest acne. Like they would have acne everywhere except their arms for some reason. But they'd be, big as shit. They'd be ripped. And obviously, I'm like, okay, I like watching weightlifting documentaries. Like the Generations and Iron Generation and all that, right? I've seen everything from C-Bum all the way back to Arnold Schwarzenegger's time. Like, and I seen what happened with those guys when they were on gear. That's what they call it, being on gear. When they were on gear, all of them had the same things as these guys I was in high school with. And I'm like, so I asked them, I was like, so how y'all get this stuff? They was like, what do you mean? I was like, don't play stupid with me. Don't play coy with me. You're on what they call gear, ain't you? And they're like, what? You mean steroids? Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes. Are you on steroids? Because you got all the signs and symptoms of being on steroids. You're way too big compared to when I knew you a couple years ago. It's not like you moved anywhere, and it's not natural growth because you just exploded in acne that you didn't have when you were 13, which is when acne hits the hardest. So, yeah, I was just like, bro, you're shortening your life. You know that, right? They were like, yeah, I'm young. I don't care. I'm like, okay, keep thinking that. But then when your heart enlarges and then it just stops beating during a football game or a basketball game, then what? You know? And unfortunately, a couple of those guys did die. A couple of them did die, unfortunately. Like one guy collapsed in the weight room and another guy collapsed on the field. And I had a conversation with these two specifically about this, and they were the ones that told me they didn't care. And then they ended up being gone within a year. It's fucked up, but that's how it works. Don't take steroids, guys. They do nothing for you. They shrink your woo-ha, you know, they they give you all kinds of mental health issues. There's a thing called roid rage. It is real. you know, and that kind of stuff. Like, why would you do that to yourself? To make yourself feel better? Because you're not the biggest, you're not the strongest, you're not the most ripped, you don't appeal to the ladies the most. Like, what is the purpose? You know? And so my whole thing after that was just to set out to prove to them, because I was on the team too, to prove to those guys that steroids ain't gonna make you a better player. It only makes you physically stronger and faster. It doesn't make you a better player. It doesn't make you any smarter. If you're not smart enough, you're still not gonna make it. And so I would take care of these guys at practice. Even though they were juiced up and juicing, I was still knocking them out. Imagine that. So for me, it was like if I do this, that'd be dumb. I could have took gear back in the day, and if I did, I'm 6'4". If I had took gear back in the day, I would have been 300 pounds shredded straight up because I was 260 on my own with the muscle I built myself. I was 260 on my own. So I probably would have been like 350, close to 400 pounds. Because I was playing football. I wasn't trying to play basketball. It's interesting. It's interesting to learn people's mindsets. Like, why would you do this to yourself? What's the point? Where are you going with this? Are you looking to go like get your FIBB card? Are you going, you know what I'm saying? Or your ICBB card? Like, what are you trying to do? You trying to go pro or not? If you're not trying to go pro, there's no reason to do it. And here's the thing, with the Mr. Olympia and all that, about the only way you're gonna get to that size is being on gear. And that's the saddest part. We need to ban all gear, all substances from the Mr. Olympia competitions and make everybody work out and train at their actual growth rates. Whether it stagnates or not, they need to be working at their actual growth rates in a healthy way so that so they can live to be, 90, 80, 90 years old and be able to tell the next generation, hey, this is what we did. Yeah, I'm still around. I can tell you, yeah, I used to work out with X, Y, and Z. I used to work out with C-Bone. I used to work out with, all these legends instead of being in the grave. And now we got to see you on a documentary, you know? Or you sitting there like Coleman, can't walk, can barely sit because all the vertebrae in his back have all fused together from where he's destroyed his back from years and years of lifting. And he won the Mr. Olympia multiple times. But that's the price he paid. He's not able to walk. He ain't got no brain injuries, but he's not able to walk. Nothing, bro. He has to use a walker to go anywhere. It's bad.
Mess up in the place of kind of holding it on to themselves, and nobody knows about it. And then if something happens to them, I mean, nobody even knew what you were building.
Oh, gold work. We're getting a lot more golds lately. I have noticed that.
The next machine, Mark III, was the first machine to have an agitation system. It had a big auger on the inside. It was a horizontal machine at this point, and it had almost like, think about like it was an auger blade, so it was almost like a gigantic spring on the inside that can rotate the plastic. Now that machine blew up. And that was the first machine to ever have an incident. As I built it outside, I built it from a 55-gallon drum.
So you're building these different verticals of microwave that's melting the plastic, right?
Okay. Everybody's maxed out. Cool.
Does the plastic need to be enriched in order for it to be used, like as gasoline? Is that part of the machine as well, or is that another process?
That's another process, and I'll get into that in a second. Because at this point, I didn't even really have a specific refining method that I was using in place. Okay, so like I said, the Mark III machine blew up because I built it out of a 5-gallon drum, 2 thin of metal. I built Mark IV. This machine was built out of propane tanks, much thicker metal. At this point, I was really starting to get publicity online because now I was taking fuel with these machines. I started to put tests in engines like weed whackers and stuff. But here's how this works to answer your question. The plastic can go in the machine in any form. Mixed plastic, dirty plastic, doesn't matter. It could be mixed with food, it could be mixed with motor oil, does not matter. It goes in the machine and it will all be broken down from the heat of the microwaves into that petroleum vapor. Now that petroleum vapor, after it cools down, it becomes a crude oil. Now this crude oil is crude oil, so you can't just put it in an engine. You have to do another process called distillation. Fractional distillation to refine that crude oil into gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. Now fractional distillation is the exact process we use in every refiner on Earth to this day to take crude oil and make gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel.
It's kind of like what we've been hearing about Venezuelan oil.
Yes,
It has to be distilled. They don't have a refinery.
exactly. Exactly. So
Guess who's my new best friend? Me. Olay, Super Serum Body Wash. Luna's skin in 14 days. Okay.
At SNHU, we support you from the beginning.
The mission called me and said, what are you looking for? I don't have the ability to test food in the morning or in the afternoon. And she said, perfect, we have that here for you. And now I'm here. I graduated with my bachelor's. Stay the course because so then you're not dealing with just daily that spark back to say like if it's possible. Go to smhu.edu.
Turn on PIN verification in the Uber app so you always know you're getting into the right ride.
Shopify was an incredible tool for Chamberlain Coffee. It just made making a website doable for somebody like me who's never done it before. And trust me, if I can do it, so can you. Start your business.
at this point, a distiller because I'm like, okay, but it doesn't work in the engine as is.
That sounds cool. Are you funding this, or are the people now donating to you to fund it? Because this all sounds like obviously very innovative, but it also could be excessive.
Yeah, very much so. And that's why I would be literally doing the most ghetto methods possible and taking apart microwaves from scrapyards and literally getting propane tanks from scrapyards and draining all the propane out and cutting them open and welding them together. Because I'm like, I don't have the funds to, go and buy fresh new metal, go and buy new microwave parts. But people at this point were starting to donate. But it wasn't really flowing like that because I never asked for donations. I was coming from the perspective of, I'm going to go viral, I'm going to get ad revenue, and then that's going to fund me. And TikTok was paying here and there, it was nothing crazy. So I was still working at the school, and I started my own welding company called Jadis Metalwork, and I was going around here in Atlanta doing welding jobs for people. And so between all of those avenues, a little bit of ad revenue here and there, welding company, working at the school as an assistant teacher, and then some donations, I was making enough money to just make it work. And then that Mark IV machine, I did make my first distiller. I built it and I made gasoline, put it into a weed whacker. That was the first engine to ever operate. It was awesome. But then that Mark IV machine caught on fire. And that was in my parents' backyard at this time. Because I put all my money into this, not even getting an apartment or anything. And when that happened, they're like, we don't want you operating these anymore. And then I'm like, dang. And then that was the first time I ever, I think I had ever put my Cash App on anything when I had that fire. Because I'm like, guys, I just need some type of support because it almost caught their house on fire. Like, I had to repair things. And then there was such a rush of support, like more than I ever thought. And at that point, I never felt comfortable even like asking for any type of donation. But I'm like, you guys see, I'm passionate. I already been through one of these machines exploding. This one caught on fire. And then at that point, I'm like, oh, so people really will get behind us at this point. At this point,
We would have got behind you from the beginning if you had asked for the help.
hiatus for about half a year because I didn't know how I wanted to go about this because, like I said, I didn't have any property and my parents told me you can't do this anymore. So then I kind of told them, I said, hey, 6 months later, I'm like, listen, guys, you see I have all the support online. You see people will donate. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to build my next machine in the backyard, okay? And people, will give donations and get excited for it. And then through those donations, we'll raise the money to buy the property we need to actually put this on. And I told them I'll build it, but I'll never turn it on. That was our deal. Now I knew in my head I was lying because I knew, if I really want to get these donations, I'm gonna have to build that machine and turn it on. But anyway,
You got to give some demonstrations, yeah.
Now the reason why it's 4.5 and not Mark 5 is because I always promised everybody that Mark 5 would be the first professionally built machine that wasn't ghetto anymore. It wasn't microwave parts and propane tanks. Mark 4.5 was built out of 3 to 100-pound propane tanks that were cut and welded together, microwave parts from scrapyard microwaves, microwaves people donate to me, thrown on there. This is the biggest machine. This is the machine everybody knows me for now. So at this point,
Oh, that's that one. Okay.
now it was starting to really pick up, right? I was starting to get a lot more donations, starting to get, at this point, my Instagram was starting to blow up. I think I had like 100, 200,000 followers on Instagram. And then I made a little bit of fuel from it. That then I powered in the first vehicle at this point. I made some diesel because I made gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. And I put the diesel inside of a 1993 Ford F-350 truck that another influencer named Rachel Cook, she bought in Florida and drove it up to Georgia just to see if this was the first vehicle ever. So like when I was asking my supporters, like, hey, does anybody want to donate your vehicle to be the first? Everybody was like, hell no. We're not doing that.
I would have done it.
Nobody in my life was willing to do that. But she, Rachel Cook, being an influencer herself, she already had money. So she just was like, I believe in you. She bought a truck, drove it up, and then we put the diesel in, and then it worked. And then now I really started to pick up because now people are like, oh, because up to that point, everybody's like, you're not making fuel. You're just making like, hey, that's trash. You're just only working as hard. When you say it worked,
The truck crunk up. It idled regularly. She put it in drive, drove it down the street, came back, parked it again, and it still had gas in it. So, and before they did the experiment, they emptied the tanks of any gas that was in there. Yeah, exactly. I've seen that video. Yeah, they emptied the truck and then poured his diesel in, and it worked just fine. Until they cut it off. Yeah.
And then just off of that little bit, we ran the truck around this parking lot like 10 times, and
See?
we still had some in there. So how much
Mhm.
did it take to half a gallon? So the average conversion rate is about 10 pounds to a gallon. The reason I had so little was because, like I said, in the middle of me making that, my last machine had burned down, and I couldn't make any more from that point forward. But then anyway, with Mark 4.5 doing that, and then the machine was big. Now I was really starting to pick up on all social medias, but then a big incident happened. One day I was distilling, refining, which is, you're literally boiling the crude oil to make a gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and it blew up. It literally exploded. And I was in the explosion, and it was like a fireball. And then it gave me second-degree burns on my legs. And I had to go to the hospital. And then at that point, my parents are like, "You're done. You're done. You're done." No, that was enough. Yeah, that's it. And so then they said, if you want to continue working on this, like, we support you and all. It's like, Yeah, we love you and all, but you can't do it here anymore. I don't know how we never had the HOA calling us. We got a strict HOA, but I think all my neighbors are with the mission. Because we never got the HOA call even after a mushroom cloud explosion. As a matter of fact, like, I have these scars on my foot. You see, where it looks like I have vitiligo on both sides of my foot. I mean, let's see if the camera can get it. Yeah, you see? That's from the burn? Yeah, second-degree burns. I had to go to the hospital to get burn surgery for that. I couldn't walk for about a month. I was in crutches. Is this where you went missing? No. We're about to get there. Okay. So, yeah, that was the summer before that happened. This is a book, man. And I actually am going to be writing a book soon. That's a different thing. We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get there. But anyway, blew myself up, hospital, all this, got out, and my parents were like, no more. And they're like, but here's the thing. We have this country property, that we have family property out in Alabama, around Selma, that you can go work on out there because there's no HOA out there. It's, country property. Catch is it's 4 hours away. But I'm like, well, I'm trying too far into the mission now. Because like at this point I'm still coming from the perspective of like, I've seen how much people support me. And I'm like, I'm not about to dilute my company out of desperation for a place to do this. Because of course people at this point were always offering, like, hey, let me invest, but it was always predatory and type of thing. And people are like,
Yeah,
hey,
that's it. That's the problem. Yeah.
The company, like, did you know that process of creating a company?
Exactly. Like that'd be the thing with making something like that is you'd have so many people just DM you trying to buy half your company when they had nothing to do with it. They just want money. It's greedy. Just greedy motherfuckers. It's annoying.
So going on, I believe at this point I'm like 20 and almost 21. I moved the machine, this entire machine out to Alabama, 4 hours away. And this is this machine that everybody's known me for online. It's the big machine. It's the size of about a school bus, all together. And this machine is the machine that made the fuel that I put into like the Scat Pack, that Lanza, the super motorcycle. This is the same machine that made the fuel that I just put into the Rolls Royce this last weekend. But this machine out there was a 4 hour drive to and from. So for almost a year and a half of my life, I committed myself to driving 4 hours out there just to get started working and then drive 4 hours back. Because I didn't live out in Alabama. And this isn't a super isolated piece of country property that's so isolated that you might hear a plane go by every here and there. Like you might. Like this is isolated. There's only cows and hay fields and mosquitoes around. That's it. And then that's being in such an isolated place like that. That's why this was a really weird situation where man, I believe it was May of last year. I had that machine out there, and then I started to implement solar panels into it because I told you guys before, like a huge advantage of microwaves is you can operate off of any type of electricity. And I had this theory where I'm like, okay, if we operate this off of solar panels and the energy comes from the sun, well, outside of labor, I'm able to make fuel for free. Now, I'm not charging myself for labor, so it's a zero cost to operate. Electricity was the only cost. So then I did a fundraiser. I raised about $30,000 to get solar panels and all the stuff needed. And then I put it all together. And at that point, did you get the 30,000 quickly? Yeah, I did. You know why? Because you know what I did? I did shows where I was operating different vehicles. So one of the biggest shows I did, I was in Chicago, and I ran two identical trucks. We ran one truck off a diesel from the pump and one truck off of my diesel. And we compared the smell, the exhaust, the smoke level, and then we realized my fuel literally had less smoke, the exhaust smelled cleaner, and then a few months later, I actually sent my diesel to a lab, to ASAP Lab in Washington, Vancouver, Washington, and they confirmed it with the test. Their lab test showed my diesel makes more power than diesel from the pump, makes less smoke, it burns cleaner than diesel from the pump. I have the paperwork. Well, ASAP Lab said that. And then we're like, oh wow, this is crazy. So between those two things, those two exciting moments, people are like, oh yes, we're supporting this. So I had a GoFundMe. Like I said, I'm still an LLC at this point, not even a nonprofit, $30,000 raised, got all the money I needed. I also had a guy in Chicago donate solar panels. So while I was up there doing my show, I also grabbed like a whole bunch of solar panels from it. But anyway, at that point, I put the solar panels on the machine. Now this is where I became an inventor. Because at that point in the world, there was not a single, like I said, there were some microwave pyrolysis reactors, a few here and there. There were a ton of traditional pyrolysis reactors, but nobody had made a solar microwave pyrolysis reactor anywhere. No university, no $1 million funded startup. This was the first. And so I built it. But then the same month when I implemented those solar panels, something weird happened out on this super isolated piece of property. Or like I said, you're lucky if you even hear a plane go by. I was out there one night, it was about 10 o'clock at night, long day of work, because I'd be sleeping inside of my minivan some nights, legit. And then I felt these really deep vibrations through my whole body, shaking my whole car. I'm like, what is that? It was a helicopter flying over. And then I'm like, what? That's weird. I've been out here for a year working on this thing. There's never been a helicopter. Like, there's rotor, literally propeller airplanes that fly here and there.
The rotor wash was shaking his van while he was sleeping. You know what that is? That's corpos trying to steal your secrets. That's really all that is. That's exactly why I be saying like these corporations that are in place now are literally killing the country. Like legitimately. It's not even a factor. It's a promise. They're like B&G, you know? They're like B&G from Pixar. That's what it is. Corporations run the United States, corporations run the world. And I mean, even if you listen to the president, right? He even says himself that he's invested in the drug business, in the drug industry. So you can't tell me that corporations don't run the world when everybody, including the president, is invested in these corporations. So how are we supposed to build our own business and get rich ourselves if the corporations are trying to patent everything? You know, or somebody just straight up steal your idea while you thinking to yourself and be like, "Oh, well, I got the money right now. I can do it."
Every picture, anything I did on the phone. How you know that? Because I would literally be talking to like my family members about what was going on, and they get text of what I was saying. I'm like, what in the world is going on? This is like something from a movie. And then I know they had access to my entire phone. You know why? Because I had a picture of my phone on my phone of my driver's license that I use like for applications, whatever. And that picture of my driver's license that was only on my phone got uploaded to my Instagram account. And then I'm like, what? And then I looked at my Instagram, and then I'm like, okay, somebody hacked in, obviously. But then I looked in the logins. There were no logins. It said you posted that to your Instagram account. So no, I didn't.
Hey, that's happened to me before. That's happened to me before, for sure. You know what I did? Instead of just going, "Ah, that's weird," I just straight up reported that somebody stole my identity. Turns out I was right. Now, why would somebody steal somebody's identity that don't make a lot, that don't have a lot? Why would somebody do that? So they could be predatory. That's it. That's how a lot of people that you don't see have a job or work a lot have a whole lot of money. It's because they're using back channels. It's easy. True. Yeah. Somebody wanted to access his phone. The government can do that. The CIA can do that for sure. They ex CIA officers have literally said that they will hack people's phones, especially like people that are trying to create something new or innovative. They'll hack their phones and their documents just to steal those documents and figure out how to do it themselves. So then they can patent it. And then if they patent it, then the person that created it basically loses all support and they try to uh belittle them, degrade them, throw them under the bus, whatever you want to call it, so they don't get any social media following either. Because they realize that if people band together online or in person against any corporation or any business, those people are going to win. That's how it works.
Somebody is logging into my account. Because Meta is telling me at this point, they're like, if you post your license again, we're banning your account permanently. That's against our policies. I'm like, Meta, that's not me. And Meta said, okay, we're going to lock your Instagram account. You can't log in and nobody can. And they said, we're going to do an investigation while it's locked down. So at this point, for over a month of them doing their investigation, I literally couldn't update people because they locked my account. And then at that point, I'm like, I'm not touching any of my social medias because I'm not letting whoever this is have any plays on me. Right? Like there was so many weird things, but I'll tell you that's how weird it got. It got to the point where I had my iPhone. I turned it on airplane mode because I'm like, this iPhone is taxed to all hell. Turned it on airplane mode. Turned it all the way off. Threw it inside of a Faraday bag. Then put that inside of a metal ammo container. Okay. Came back the next day. Turned it on. Airplane mode was off. I'm like, what? How is that even physically possible? All my air tags would be randomly going on. I used to have all these air tags, and all my air tags would be beeping. Like if you tell it to go ring, like you want to find it, all mine will be beeping. I take the batteries out, put the batteries back in, put them inside of Faraday bags. They'd still be beeping. So somebody just had complete control over my entire thing. Ring cameras, and then I turned out my computer had malware on it. Because I was talking to the tech support guy one day on WhatsApp Messenger on my computer because they were hacking all my stuff, my Facebook, all this, and all of a sudden he got a message sent to him, and they were like, we know you're helping Julian, stop helping him." They got a text, and this was from my computer. And we're like, dang, they got everything compromised. So then at that point, I got rid of all of my phones. I had to wipe all my computers. And then all this was happening. And then at the same time, everybody online was talking about he's missing, he's kidnapped. Everybody was saying all these things. And then I finally got everything situated about a month later. And I came back and made the video where I'm like, it was hackers, guys. They got into my stuff. And then on top of that, like I forgot to mention.
Yeah, hackers from the government.
Just a month before that happened, I had that helicopter flyover. So people put all that together and they're like, oh, they got this guy. He's done.
We have that video with you at investments.
Yeah, exactly. So, yep, because investments was on August. Yeah. So, then I showed to Investments. And,
Or it was somebody that offered to buy half of his company and he said no, they didn't like that. So instead of, figuring out, their own proprietary way of getting rich, which this is how some people are taught, right? Some people that are well off from the beginning, right? Their grandparents had a lot of money or their parents got a lot of money, they'd be well off. So instead of looking for a job or a career, they look to buy other businesses that are startups, and that's how they stay rich. While everybody else has to actually, do work. And that's why I say the rich get richer and the poor get poorer because of that. That's part of it. And the rich don't care. But what I would love to see is for that to completely flip, for them to lose all their money and start over from exactly where we started from, the bottom, the dirty flow, and see if they're still going to be rich later, or if them being rich had to do with where they were born and how they were born and what family they were born into, not their competency. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't like rich people. It's the mindset. They don't have to worry about bills. They don't got to worry about credit. And that's one thing one of my friends told me, and I was like, yeah, exactly. Exactly what you're saying is the problem, is the reason I don't like rich people. Because they don't care about bills. They don't care about the same things that we care about, which means they won't care about the rest of the country dying, essentially, because they can't make enough. You know, I can't live that way, knowing that I got, if I had like $10 million, I couldn't live knowing that I'm the only one with $10 million and nobody else in my family has it, or none of my friends are benefiting from this, or nobody that helped me on the way up is benefiting from this. Like that would irritate me. You see what I'm saying? That's how I am. Well, I know there's a lot of people out there that just don't give a fuck. They just don't care. Oh, you bought that? You did that yourself? No, they don't care. But I still stand on, if you is over 20 years old and you still living at your parents' house, you should be ashamed of yourself. Highly ashamed of yourself. Not even a little bit, highly. If you are over 20 years old and you're still living at your mom's house or your dad's house or your grandma's house, you should be highly upset that you're still there. You should be mad at yourself that you didn't have the competency enough to get up off your ass and go and find some work to get you out of your parents' house. Even if it ain't a lot of money, you can still pay for yourself. Why would you keep burdening your parents? And it's not necessarily a tax. It's not like a money situation with that. It's a mental burden. One, you're still at your parents' house, and then two, they have to deal with you being at their house. They can't go do what they want to do in the house and have fun and do all the things they want to do in retirement because you're still there. And that's how arguments happen. That's how people end up getting arguments with their parents. Like I seen a video earlier today. Uh, I seen the video again earlier today. I've seen this video before, but I seen it again because I still couldn't believe it. Of this 30-year-old man suing his parents for making him move out of their house. He tried to sue his parents for them making him get up off his ass and move out. And he tried to sue them. Like, think about that for a second. It's a whole grown adult we're talking about. Think about that for a second. If you're a whole grown adult and you can't figure out how to pay your own bills, whether it's just renting an apartment, that's your own fault. Shit, I didn't know how to rent an apartment either when I at 19. I didn't know how to rent an apartment. I didn't know what that all came with. I didn't know what that entailed, but I still did it. And then I learned. It's very simple. And a lot of these guys that I know that still live with their parents or grandparents, they do it for one reason, because they don't want to pay bills. That's it. They want to sit on all their money, spend it on their weeboo shit and their statues, and literally give it away to streamers while they work part time at Domino's. You know what I'm saying? That's a problem, guys. That's an issue. That's a big issue.
Why would anybody ever pay for their recycling again when they know it's not actually recycled? When they know that I actually am recycled, right?
Exactly.
I don't want to step on their toes.
That's what's going to happen. You're going to step on people's toes because you're actually doing what you said you were going to do. You're not a corpo. These corporations only think about how much money they can make off the working man, off the dollar maker, off the working woman. That's all they care about is how much money they can make off a blue collar person that's just working to pay their bills. How much more money can they push out of you? How much higher can they raise all your bills before you just completely leave the town, leave the city, whatever? I mean, look what's going on in New York. That's a perfect example. Look what's going on in New York. That's why all the rich people are leaving New York because of Mondami's rich people tax. Because they make more, they already pay more, but now he wants them to pay even more because part of my generation and the next generation just don't want to work. They would rather steal shit and cause havoc than to get a job and make it work. I'm at least trying to do that.
The big players. All a patent is
Mhm.
is a means for you to go to court and say, hey, they infringed on my patent.
Yeah.
But when you're in court, it's a whole different story. Now you're in court. And now you have to
Against
prove
big
to the
time,
judge
big paid
that they
lawyers.
infringed
Yeah.
on your patent. Now you have to fight their lawyers. Okay?
That's the
You're
hard
dealing
part.
with something, and you're fighting this big industry that has billions of dollars,
Mm-hmm.
and they can just go to court over and
Mm-hmm.
over again and take you and fight you and fight you and fight you. And you
Mm-hmm.
have no money left. So even though you know they stole your thing, you can't prove it anymore. Because all they have to do is keep rebutting it in court over and over again. And they have the funds to do that. You don't. Because you're not GM. You're not whoever. You know? And so you told me,
That's the problem with America.
if you want
We've been
something
stuck in the same way for so long
patent something,
that it's actually killing the country the way that it is. The same corporations have been in place so long that they're killing the country. They're killing off the large population of the country. And the very small population of the country that is at the top, guess what? They're just chilling in their little suburb houses, watching the sun go down every day. They're still getting paid $100,000 a year, all that. While the rest of us are toiling away, multiple jobs, 10 to 12 hours a day or more, just to pay the bills, just to keep the lights on. This isn't us working towards a vacation. Like this isn't us working towards paying for a cruise in the future, you know? No, this is just us working so we can stay alive, so we don't have to be homeless. There's a difference, you know?
trade secrets are the key.
What's trade secrets? You just don't tell anybody.
Trade secrets are things that you have that nobody knows. And I have a few trade secrets on my machine that nobody knows. That you can look at my machine on a video camera and not know these certain particular materials.
And the workings of it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But I have another play. So there's this thing called public domain. Once you have something published online for over a year, nobody can patent it. All my machines are public domain. Nobody can patent any of my machines because they've all been visible in the public for over a year.
And that's because you're putting them on social media.
Exactly. So that saves things because now there's no way a company can come and just shelf it, patent what I made, copy it and shelf it, and hide it. But then here's another approach I'm doing. I'm like, I do have trade secrets that I have, yes. The truth is, you will always have copycats. That's what it is. What it is. That's just how the world works. That's just how the market works. The key is being first to market. Right now, I'm constructing my next machine, Mark V, which will be the world's first solar mobile microwave power office reactor.
Old Spice cashmere and vanilla deodorant, 24/7 cologne quality scent.
Dear Mom, My teacher said to get you flowers for Mother's Day.
The NBA playoffs are on prime. Spin it up.
Nick needs to change his oil before leaving town for Leo's game. So he went to AutoZone, where he finds the right oil and oil filter fast. So Nick can be that dad.
Lucky dad then that he gets to go to all his kids' games, because the rest of us will be working. See, they always try to sell that lie. Like, this could be you at your kids' game. No, they can't. Unless you miss out on making money, and then you got to stretch other money, other bills to make time fit. And it shouldn't be that way. Ever.
Oh, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You writing a book telling people how to do what you did? Yeah, but you're not going to put everything in it. You got the trade secret. When I read that book, I'm gonna tell people how to build a machine, and that means everything. The trade secrets included. That means everything. I'm gonna tell them how to build the machine.
But you've already got the public domain. So,
Well, nobody can patent it, but of course, it's a gamble because it's like, okay, I put this out, and nothing stops the company from taking all my research and work and implementing it on their own thing and doing it. But you know what I realized? I realized if I put this out, and a company or individuals or people in the world go and take my work and steal it and go and make copies and then go out and get it in the world, I realized at some point I'm like, that's actually what I want because that's actually solving the problem. Like what I want is to get rid of plastic. There's no way one company on earth can do it.
open source, wow, it's bigger than you making money. You really want to solve the problem in the world.
Yeah.
This is just
Now, of course. Yeah, this is a selfless. Now, of course, I'm gonna make it make sense for me, and that's why I'm putting it in my book. And now, but at the same time, so one person can buy the book and just upload them online, and anybody can see it. So I mean, like,
That's what they're going to do. Like, somebody's going to upload a YouTube video of that book with everything in it and try to explain it. That's what's going to happen. We already know what's going to happen. So there's no point in trying to prevent it from happening. It's going to happen. And he knows that. So trying to hold it secret and hold it captive is not in his game plan. So if you thought you was about to hop on there and steal his idea, we already know what the idea is. We already seen it in action. So if somebody else starts doing it, he's not gonna get no clout. He's not gonna get no money. He might get a few followers, especially if he's of a different race, because that's how it works sometimes. You just got some people that will only put in for their own people. Like, that's just how some people are. That's how they were raised. It is what it is. Whatever. I don't know why parents teach their kids like that, but it is what it is. I mean, my parents try to do the same thing with me about dating, and I said, bump that. I'm gonna date who I want to date. I don't want to date another black girl just because you said so. Just because you say that that's gonna be the best thing for me. I'm gonna date who I want to date, and I'm gonna figure it out. And I am figuring it out. That's how life works. Because it don't matter what race they are, they can still screw you. You can still get divorced. It does not matter. So don't let nobody tell you that marrying, if you're, whatever you are, is going to be better for you in the future. When in reality, it probably won't be. Because I noticed something. A lot of people that get in relationships with people they find to have a lot in common with usually don't stay in relationships very long because at some point, right, that couple that, let's say they both like playing video games or they both like, dueling TCG or playing Pokemon, whatever. At some point, one of the two or both are going to find other people in those networks and grow an attachment to them, whether they do it on purpose or on accident. And then that's going to cause all kinds of issues in your relationship. That's going to cause doubt to creep in for most people. That's what I mean by that. It's not that they ain't going to believe that you're, staying down, you staying with them, you ain't going nowhere. That's not what I'm saying. But the doubt will creep in, whether you want it to or not. That's how it works. When you notice your partner is getting a lot of attention, you naturally start to wonder why they're getting all this extra attention all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? And that's where issues come in, especially for like gamers, like streamers specifically, especially for streamers. Like we've seen a couple of cases like with like Mizkif and stuff like that, where you know he's dating another streamer. He's mad at her because she has more people watching her stream than is watching his stream. And so he loses his temper, goes in on her stream, and starts blasting her chat because they want to watch her more than they want to watch him. That's what I'm talking about. That's the craziness. That's that madness that comes along with like trying to operate a business with your partner. It's hard. You can do it, but it's hard. And if you're having trouble just in a everyday situation, bills aren't getting discussed, you aren't communicating and stuff like that, then it's definitely not going to work in a business setting where everything is stressful. You know, common sense says.
Some of the nations that need this technology the most cannot afford it. $250,000, that's enough to fundraise. Let's get this machine in Senegal. Let's get this machine in Ghana. Let's get this machine in the Dominican Republic, Haiti. Let's get this machine in countries that need it the most but can't afford it. We can do that. That's an easy crowdfunding. That's way easier than crowdfunding $250 million. Decentralized approach is the way. I said in the beginning, I didn't invent pyrolysis. There have already been companies that built big machines that run off of traditional pyrolysis reactors around the world. I play devil's advocate because I'm like, well, they're clearly not doing their job properly because we got plastic everywhere. Simple equation. And in playing devil's advocate, I realized the big issue was that they were making these huge centralized plants that nobody can afford. And if they have any issues, a small issue is a huge issue on a machine that size. You know, a machine the size of a few acres, a small issue can cost millions of dollars and put it out of commission for months. And I proved that you can build these small machines like this that actually process a good amount of plastic on a daily basis and can make on a small scale fuel of quality. Like I have not seen anybody else that has built a mobile and self-sufficient, essentially oil refinery. And I've proven that can be done. And now that I've proven that can be done, I believe that's the way to do it. I believe let's have however many hundreds of trailer machines are needed per city. And it'll be just like waste management. Go to a restaurant, they have their plastic out, pull up, boom, process it, go on to the next stop. Do that everywhere. Islands, especially Hawaii, they need this. They don't have landfill space. It costs them so much to ship plastic off of the island. It makes more sense for them to just pay for a machine that can process it right there and make fuel.
Did you know you can customize your safety preferences in the Uber app? To do so, go to your account tab anytime or tap the blue safety shield while on a trip. Taking control of your ride is quick, easy, and all in one place. That's safety simplified. Uber.
Spend minutes to look like you've spent hours grooming with Braun Series 9 Pro Plus.
Literally start your own business right now with Shopify. It blows my mind. With Shopify, it's easier than ever to do it in a professional way, where it actually looks legit. It's incredible. Start your free trial at shopify.com.
There you have it. There you have it, man. That was extremely insightful conversation. What do you need to make this happen at scale? Like, I know you know, obviously you're raising money or you have donations. Like, in a perfect world, right? If I could just snap a finger today and like, what would be your wish list? Okay, I need this amount of money. I need this amount of land. I need this amount of workers. What do you need to get this running at scale?
I would say I would say I need probably about $10 million by this rate to fulfill the rest of the vision. Because with $10 million, I can afford the property that'd be necessary, and then any type of manufacturing things to get to the point. Because I ultimately want to be a manufacturer of these trailer machines. And you know, the truth is, up to this entire point in my journey, I have been independent in this. I don't have any business partners or equity partners because that allows me to do things like put my book out or not patent it. Because, you know, like, for example, an investor, the first thing they want is the security of knowing, like, we're going to get a return. Like, so they're like, you got to patent it. You're definitely not going to put out a book with blueprints now until we get our money first. But I always was like, well, I'm trying to actually make a difference in the world and not just make money. Because if I want to make money, there's hell of a lot easier ways in this world to make money and safer ways to make money. So I'm like, we're actually trying to go for impact and make a difference. You have to have this different perspective of like almost like doing those selfless acts of faith. Because I know I'll be fine in the end. And I've been fine up to this point. And so, yeah, when it comes down to it, that's why I started my nonprofit, because now it allows people to have a tax deductible way to directly get to the project. And I kind of just, and with that, kind of just walk by faith by saying, you know, I'm going to build this next machine. We're going to see where it goes. And I truly believe that when I built these trailer machines and I toured the entire United States with it, showing everybody before their eyes the process, I just truly believe it will get in the eyes of the right individuals that will then
You did a TED talk 2 years ago in June. It was published on June 14th, 2023, and it's done tens of millions of views on YouTube. It is titled "The Next Global Superpower."
It's not, you think, yeah.
I was looking at the comments section earlier, and some of the top comments are, "You called it a year ago, and you were 100% right." There's another one here saying, "Hello, writing to you from a year in the future. I have some bad news about 2025. You were right." What were you right about?
I guess what they're saying.
And we are 17 paces short. They judged it well. But maybe, just maybe, the dignity of poor Todd Cutler the Archer can be saved. Because there's a medieval hack that might increase the distance of the arrow. Everything I've learned and everything I've known.
Can America build big things anymore? For over a century.
lies, weather, beyond.
This is a revolutionary time on Earth. You have seen many outlandish things that pre-2020 you would not have believed possible. The gloves are off. Human beings are programmed to follow. You believe we are trapped. The power system on Earth has always been...
We're gonna get 6 level 1000s in one lobby and get people's reaction.
Dude, how are you all
What is going on? Y'all need to go get a job.
Oh my.
I was so scared.
Imagine hacking in a public lobby.
All of you guys been open for 3 weeks. I would see. Do you think the left here are just as retarded and zealous? Well, I mean, no, not even close. You said 5 minutes ago, who cares about human rights? Why are you suddenly concerned about them now? Well, it's not about human rights necessarily, but there are a lot of other things that are like, so you're, so you actually don't care about it either, right? Like, you're obviously you're arguing with me and you're trying to bring this up. So what are you unhappy about that I'm saying here? Like, obviously, you did that with the last.
Yeah. See, that's where me and Aspen go differ. I don't care about what somebody else got to say about what I'm saying. You either watch or you don't. If you're trying to argue with me, I don't care. Otherwise, sure, talk to me. I'll talk to you. Talk to you when I see my message. Just
They paid all of this money in taxes. They're like, what the freaking crackhead? Unable to.
He didn't actually say this about Obama, did he? In a cabinet meeting, the President of the United States brought up Barack Hussein Obama, the president that used to be in office. President Trump didn't actually say this about him, did he? Oh my goodness, what am I talking about? Oh, you're not going to want to miss this. Watch this.
Roblox. A word that I never really expected to start a video with. But important, it has well over 100 million daily active users. And if you log into Roblox right now, you'll find that a lot of the top games dwarf the concurrent users of stuff like Steam. Not to mention stuff like Fortnite at this point. And the Roblox model of having a platform where people create the games and then 85 million people play them is a very enticing one that a lot of people are trying to imitate. And the latest one to jump into the arena and compete is none other than Sandbox, developed by Facebook Studios.
We're one of the only companies that have gone on Shark Tank twice, but also one of the most successful companies to come out of Shark Tank. So if I were to build a brand today, this is the playbook I would use.
Okay, gotcha.
Down and get replaced done. I had to go back and put all the patches back. So, yes, you move it, please. You can't.
Okay, can't. Wait over there. I'm not doing that. I'm not feeling timid at all by his behavior. Just talks a lot of talk, but no one really intimidates us here. But you could have items up here. So best way to check it, take one moment.
Speed up the process. Need extra room. Regents is here for you with
You did a TED talk 2 years ago in June. It was published in June 14th, 2023, and it's done tens of millions of views on YouTube. It is titled "The Next Global Superpower."
It is not pretty big. Yeah.
And I was looking at the comments section earlier, and some of the top comments are, "You called it a year ago, and you weren't 100% right." There's another one here saying, "Hello, writing to you about a year in the future. I have some bad news about 2025. You were right." What were you right about?
I guess what they're saying, you and I have been talking about the US and China and traditional geopolitics. What I was saying is that increasingly the world is moving beyond geopolitics, and that the most important new global leaders are countries. They're technology companies that are writing their own rules. I was looking how the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that war started not on the 24th of February, but the 23rd of February, when Microsoft found out about all of the cyber strikes that were hitting Ukraine and made the US government, the Ukrainian government aware of it. I look at Elon Musk and providing Starlink. If it wasn't for that, I'm not sure the Ukrainian government was going to be able to fight these guys. On the ground, they wouldn't have been able to communicate. Zelensky might be gone. These were companies. The US government at that point was scared about sending all the military support, but the companies were making a big difference. Now I see that these new AI tools, like we saw with Anthropic and Mythos.
For anyone that doesn't know, Anthropic released a new AI model, which they say is so capable that it presents the world with a really fundamental security risk to all of our technology. They say in their report that in testing, this new model, this new type of AI, could find security vulnerabilities in lots of different applications and software applications that we use. So essentially, it posed a cybersecurity risk. It could hack a lot of banks and
critical infrastructure, your power grid, water systems, anything with software. And not just like the things that a hacker could get to, but every bug that could be exploited. So it's so powerful that they couldn't release it because it would have been an immediate systemic risk to the global economy and our security.
And do you believe them? I say this because I heard some people debating whether this was marketing talk for them as a company to say, look how powerful we are, that we're not going to release this model because it's going to cause that much harm. Or do you think they are being responsible?
It is inconceivable to me that a company that is this capable of raising money and this capable of talking to the markets is not going to have a communication strategy that is fully aligned with that. And so, of course, there's marketing here. But this was a real risk. When you have Jerome Powell, chief of the Fed, and Scott Bessent, Secretary of Treasury, looking at this and immediately calling an urgent meeting of all the CEOs of the banks, saying we have to deploy this internally. And you have JP Morgan. Jamie Dimon is by far the best at cybersecurity in terms of the big banks and the big US institutions, and considers this a 5-alarm fire. I take this very seriously. I think this is actually a big deal that also happens to be useful for Anthropic's marketing, not least because Anthropic had just been in a big fight with the Defense Department, and the US Defense Department saying, we don't want these Anthropic guys because they're woke, right? I mean, they refuse to let us use and deploy their AI in our targeting or our surveillance, so we're going to take them out of our system. Well, it turns out you can't afford to take these guys completely out of your system because what they're doing is too important for American national security. So the timing is convenient from that perspective. But this risk is real. And it's real because
it needs to be deployed immediately to find these bugs and to patch them before other people have those tools, because other people will have these tools in very short order.
And so on the scale of risks that we have in front of us here, critical, severe?
Yeah, also severe.
Okay.
Again, it would be critical if we were talking about 2 years out, because we're talking about this year and it's already April, it just happened. I would say severe, but my God, underappreciated. Because the amount of attention this gets on headlines compared to Iran or Venezuela, compared to China, is still tiny.
And is that because of unemployment? Because AI is going to take our jobs, or is it something else? Is it the nuclear? What is it?
No, I mean, if what I just mentioned with Anthropic, like if suddenly your systems are hackable by anyone that has access to this tool, your markets are going to go down. Your banks aren't going to work. Your data is going to be stolen. You know, imagine if the Russians had that capacity, what they would do. If the Iranians today had that capacity, what they will. These AI tools are becoming available to anyone with a laptop or a cell phone. So, I mean, suddenly